Welcome everybody to the Magma League Grand Finals here between Iceborn Suresh Stands and High Alert Penne Pals. It is I, Banana Bread XD, with my co-host Tame and our glorious producer Last Raven. It is the third versus the fourth seed. High Alert Penne Pals have made it from the lower bracket quarterfinals all the way up to the grand finals, pretty damn near sweeping everybody, going a nice little cheeky total of about 8-2 in the lower bracket. Iceborn Suresh Stands have gone 7-2, stayed in the upper bracket, and have dominated for the most part all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, I cast Iceborn a couple weeks ago with you. They were an explosive team, a lot of priority around objectives, which I think kind of won them the series last time. Looking to see them coming in as the favorites here. We're getting into draft here in just a sec, and I'm more excited to see a lot of this high level gameplay, especially what Iceborn can bring after having a little bit of their momentum maybe quashed by having some time to rest. That's actually one of the things we like to look into. A lot of times the teams that get some rest actually come in a little cold. So we'll have to see how game one goes. If we are going to see J4 taken off the board. Not too surprising. He's a very stable and staple meta jungler right now.
Yeah, Jarvan is like one of those champions because for let me see who it is for Duolingo Owl. Yeah, he's like very heavy on that Jarvan. It's like you said, it's like one of those staple junglers. It's like, especially if you're planning on playing some ADC that's not very mobile. So Iceborn, they did their research, they checked it out, and they made sure to ban that thing away. Already, both teams kind of know for the most part what they want to ban here away here. Cuddle Bear is a very heavy Misfortune OTP, like about a milli points on that. So they're just gonna ban that thing away. Don't want to really pick up that Thresh. So like big prio picks for Iceborn to pick up is they play a lot of Nico in these playoffs. They played 3 games of Nico so far across their 4 series, and they pick like their jungler is pretty. Obviously it's Rehurt, the league MVP, so he's always playing like very simple things to kind of put his team ahead. Nothing too crazy in the pocket.
I mean, it's interesting to me to see the Orianna taken out after the J4 was already taken out by opposite teams. So there's like a mutual respect thing going on here. Usually you see them, come out as a combo, a two-piece deal, but we're not seeing any side of that in this game. Ambessa taken out as well. A champion that bamboozles you, breaks your ankles, gets on your back line. Don't want to see it. Karma, great, well-rounded support. For some teams, it can also be a flex pick. There's always the dreaded Karma top. You've even seen in the past, like the monstrosities of like the Iceborn Gauntlet Karma and stuff.
Oh yeah, Tank Karma. I remember that meta. I never
Tank
want to hear
Karma
about
was
that meta ever again.
Diabolical.
Yeah, it was like when it was when you could lower your ult cooldown with autos. So
Yes.
like you just go grasp and you just like auto people to death, and like you get your power W and you just don't die.
Hey,
Like never want to see that again.
There's that Nico already coming out here.
He's played 3 games of it so far in this playoffs, and he's won every game. Like Nico is one of those champions. It's super oppressive, and the engage potential is great because when you disguise yourself and you go in, it doesn't show the wind up. You just see a minion running at you, and
Yes.
then pop.
Pop.
And it's gonna be an Ari pick here for High Alert Penne Pals off rip. So we'll see what the man, I forgot his name. We'll see what Keyhall would want to, or Corrin wants to counter into that.
Yeah, I mean, Ari is one of the safest, objectively, mid laners you can pick, and one of the most blindable. Lulu, enchanters go with just about everything right now, and Lulu's always one of the perennial best enchanters in the game. So it's like not very surprising picks coming out of Penne Pals, not really showing a whole lot about their draft aside from like we want to answer into what you're showing next and like play our round 2 bans and picks around that more than like we want to just dive into our full comp now. Ari can be very good with Lulu. You see some tricksy stuff. Ari uses Spirit Rush, gets in there, and Lulu can actually land. It's almost like a mini Malphite ult if Ari can get in there just right. I've seen it happen quite a few times. It is kind of funny. Pantheon, very good. You mentioned how Nico can kind of sneak in. Pantheon is the king of the sneak. I mean, he just jumps on top of your team. You don't even get to say anything about it. So, if you're looking about a Grand Starfall and a Pop Blossom combining with each other, that's really good. Yunara super stable, safe ADC in the high elo. Well, safe isn't the word for it, but I'd say reliable source of damage. Maybe not the hardest hyperscaler in the game, but definitely someone that's going to come out and put out a lot of damage for you. Last pick coming out here from Penne Pals before we go into round two, Aphelios. How are we feeling about the Yunara Aphelios bot lane? Like Lulu Aphelios versus Yunara Nika. What are we thinking?
I always think like with Nico's like super oppressive. Like you get your obviously you have the empowered autos with the W, and then you're super pokey with all the blooming burst. So Nico will kind of just pump out the damage early game while Yunara kind of just um ramps up her Q because once she gets her Q, she kind of just runs at you. So Iceborn, they have a pretty heavy emphasis on that bot lane playing for those pop engages, no pun intended. And Paine Pals, I kind of look to play for a bit of a scaling composition here. Iceborn, they're opting to kind of just drop their mid laner, lock in those strong ADCs because they know that there's already a couple decent ADCs off the table with like something like a Nico that could go well with a Nico. So they're just gonna grab that ADC. Bans here, they're gonna start putting a little more focus. Iceborn putting focus into the jungler. Highlight Paine Pals putting a little more focus into the mid lane, it looks like. So they're going to ban out a lot of those RE counters. So Meld TF off the table and Zinzao and something else for Iceborn. I probably think it would be something like Zinzao, or that's already gone. Like a Vi maybe, if
Yeah,
I
I
had
think
to
Vi would.
suspect.
Yeah, I think Vi would actually go really well with their comp here, especially with the backline dive that Ari provides. And like we said about the mini Malphite ult with the Lulu, that also goes amazingly well with both Vi and Xin Zhao. And Bessa, obviously not a jungler, but already off the table. So that was taken out by them. That's one of the other classic combos with that comp. They're really taking their time, really thinking it out here. It's going to be
I mean,
interesting
this
to see
is
what they lock. All predictions feel off the table. We're seeing a Jax here. You think that's a
ooh.
flex?
I think it is a flex just because like Jax, he's not as popular in the jungle because I've seen the AP build be pretty prevalent with the Dust Dawn just because you apply your passive ultimate stacks very
Mhm.
fast. But it's always a flex. Like that's why like you can see why they banned the Gnar away. So they're looking to opt for a tank and they grab one right there. It's gonna be an insta lock Scion Rise there. So Rise, it's a very interesting pick. You know, it's fairly safe, pretty tanky, so it's very hard for Ari to kind of burst anybody on this team. Because you know, you got two pretty heavy frontliners, and then you also got the Rise that's going to build a Roa most likely. So it's going to be hard
Yeah.
to pop that emote.
And remember what we said last time too about the possibility of the Rise Nico telefrag. It is a possibility. We mentioned it last time we cast this team. It'd be amazing to see it. Incredibly rare, incredibly hard to pull off. We're gonna see Shen locked in, which almost assuredly. What do you think, River Shen or Top Shen? Where are we going?
Ooh, because the last 10 games they've played. I think I saw Rivershin, but it wasn't this team. Yeah, so they haven't played Unkindness and Duolingo Out have not played Jax or Shen so far in their last 10 games. So that is something we are going to have to see happen here. But it's going to be a Jungle Jax. So honestly, I
Getting onto the
really like
rift
Jungle
already.
Jax. And
We're
I do
ready to
like
go.
Shen Top. I really like Shen Top. But here we are, fellers. We are on the rift here for game one between Iceborn Suresh stands and High Alert Paine Pals. Both teams fielding their starters, so they are both at 100% capacity. There is no weakness here, no excuses for whoever may lose. Looking across the board here for the side of Iceborn. Iceborn got Rainy top, Rehurt the league MVP in the jungle, Corin Rise in the mid lane, Key Hall ADC, and Bill Murray, not the actor, as support. On the side of Hyler Paine Pals, they got Unkindness in the top lane, Duolingo Owl in the jungle, Tactical Pork Chop in the mid lane, and the all-star first team duo of Cuddle Bear and Memer Sticks in that bot lane. And both these teams are looking to make it very exciting here because last time they met each other, it was in the week 4 of the regular season. Iceborn 2-0'd them, so we'll see if things have changed and have learned from their mistakes here. As always, some nice little quick trades across the map.
Yeah, I mean, pretty standard boards builds across the board. As we are going to see a Rehurt disconnect. Not what you want to see. Hopefully, that was just a little quick flash of brilliance, and he'll be right back. We are seeing pretty standard starts and runes across the board here. There's a little bit of a trade in the top lane there. Shen is going to dominate early with the Spirit Blade percent health damage and everything. We're going to see coming out right now, Aphelios probably going to grab a little bit of an early CS lead, which it looks like he's going to. Look for that to change here in a couple waves, however. Rise Arlie, fairly neutral early. Rise is going to have to struggle to hang on to mana, be looking for a lot more backs than the Ahri early. Rune choices, nothing's really breaking any records here. Nothing really changing. Oh, okay.
Rehurt gets the first blood bot lane with just an easy walkthrough here. Just looked for that 3 camp clear straight into a bot gank. So now ping's coming through, and Duolingo Owl's looking to kind of try to invade up a little bit. But that is
that
nice, easy money there into the tournament MVP. As Rehurt, he's going to get caught on his own Krugs. Flash forward with a counter-strike. He's going to get autoed. The Aegis Assault is going to get slowed down, stunned in the bush.
Oh, the turn!
And that's going to be Duolingo Owl having to jump on out of dodge there. Rehurt lives and grabs his Krugs. Duolingo Owl, he
did not see that coming.
So
I honestly thought he was cooked. I thought he was completely
going forward with the counter strike, going forward as he gets the autos off. The Q comes through. The Aegis Assault. He's gonna block the damage, and Bill Murray with the empowered auto picks up the second kill of the game.
That was so much closer than it needed to be, Banana. Bill Murray missed the Tangle Barbs on the Jax there, which would have made that a much cleaner kill, and made it just a real nail biter there. But 2 kills already going over to the side of Iceborn. Already a bounty on the Pantheon at just 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That is crazy to see this early into the game, Banana.
Yeah, it's like honestly, I'm surprised he kind of looked for that play, but it's just such a nice little read there from Bill Murray. He figures, my Pantheon's low. Duolingo Owl probably going to set up a nice little trap there to look for something, and just seeing some aggressive trading in the top lane. But still, it's like just a really good read from that invade there from Bill Murray to support his jungler. As top lane, that's gonna be a flash away by Rainy, gonna get spotted on the ward. He's gonna get autoed down. That's gonna be a kill going over to Duolingo Owl. Nice little 2-man taunt there on the zombie also, but he's gonna get striked without warning. So that's gonna be 2 kills going over to Rehurt. That's gonna be 100% KP at 4 minutes.
I mean, we're seeing why Rehurt is the league MVP very quickly here, knowing exactly how to play with those health bars, living on the edge. He's staying it. Man, this guy's thirsting for blood, Banana. This guy's out for them. He wants it tonight. Grand finals. He's showing up to play.
Ooh, mid lane.
Ooh. Oh, baby. Baby.
Man.
Oh, no.
Got me, oh, my God.
Corin,
wow.
No.
Damn. That was crazy.
Oh, my God.
You didn't see it on the stream, but we got different monitors. So that was crazy.
Oh,
hopefully
Banana,
we get a replay of how that happened.
By,
that was like a pixel. That was literally like a pixel.
Oh,
the tails don't count as the hitbox. The tails don't count as a hitbox, fellas. It's like
it literally
it's like
clipped through her tail. Yeah.
It's like old Aurelion Sol, like when the Ace Soul's hitbox was like really big. It's the same thing with Ahri. So right now, we're just gonna go straight back to bot lane here. It's overall just a bit of a CS lead for the Aphelios, just because he does have that range advantage. And it's always rough to play Yunara without Enchanter, just because Yunara is kind of dependent on running at you and then sticking on you to just constantly lay down the pain with the cultivation of spirit.
One of my favorites is to see Yunara Milio. So when she needs to control the wave, Milio can kind of extend out her range or anything. Like you said, she pairs very well with an Enchanter. They're going to take a reset here, and the CS is actually pretty close, as they're all going to be coming back. Obviously, Aphelios is going to get back to lane a little bit earlier. Corn and Pork Chop here, dancing a little bit for vision. As overall, aside from Rehurt having a pretty commanding lead in the jungle, the game's fairly even. 2 CS and a kill going over the way to Ahri. But Rise is just like, you know what? I'm playing for the long, 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 long game. He's like, I'll be here all night. You don't worry me a bit. So I don't think he's feeling too bad about those kills. He has to know, he tried it himself. He forced the error himself. So
yeah, because surprisingly,
we're gonna have them Drake.
Yeah, it's gonna be first Drake going over to Penne Pals here. It's a Notion Drake, so always love to see that. Gold lead, it's about it's like 800 in favor of Iceborn. So they're kind of just chilling right now. They have a really good scaling composition. So this gold lead is very nice for them to have, especially with the scaling comp, and you have a Pantheon that's able to facilitate very easily. So, it's always like the Drakes are just like an invisible gold lead, like they don't show up in the gold lead. I think you get what, like 50 gold apiece
Yeah.
for everybody that gets it. So it doesn't show, but Pantheon gonna get spotted
maybe.
on a ward here, gonna get stunned up, does still have that Aegis Assault, gonna get CC'd up here, but popping the empowered Aegis Assault now, flashing away with the movement speed. That's gonna be a smite by Duolingo Owl. He's waiting for that Q to come up. He's just gonna flash over the wall, and that's a big shutdown going over to the Jax as Corrin, he's gonna pop that Ghost here. He's gonna get stunned up once again, and he's gonna get that kill at the last second with the overload. So it's gonna be a 2-for-1 trait there on that very unfortunate invade.
Oh my god, just wait. Jax with the patience and the wherewithal to just wait to leap on the Pantheon there, using the vision from the ward that was in that bush. You love to see it. Most players,
it's gonna be a Grand Starfall.
Oh, we're still going.
Charm's just gonna completely whiff there. He's gonna have that empowered Q with the Conqueror, and Rehurt gonna pick up his 3rd kill of the game.
It kind of feels like at this point that it's like Rehurt versus the Penne Pals. Rehurt is just everywhere on this map right now, painting it Pantheon colored. Not always in a good way. He did go down once, but 100% KP, 697 gold lead on his side. I mean, he is most of the gold lead for his team at this point in the game. And even with the 100% KP, he's still leading in farm too. So Rehurt really living up to his name here so far. I remember casting him last series with you. I was like, a couple times I was like, you know what? He's a little too hyphy. He's going a little crazy. But this game, he's just so in control, making a little positional mistake. But overall, like, love to see what he's doing. I'm picking up what he's putting down. He really is the linchpin for this team's success. And, Pantheon is known as an early game champion. He needs to keep that pace going. So you love to see that. Grub pickups here soon is going to be interesting. I'm going to like to see what team can test that and how aggressively they do so.
Rehurt already took him pretty fast.
Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why he's the MVP.
I just now saw the graphic.
He has all the kills and
all the kills, all the farm, and he's still leading in CS and getting the grub. Wow.
Yeah, I really think like Pantheon. Before, if you gave Pantheon like a bunch of kills, he kind of falls off like a truck. But nowadays, like they changed his scaling, so he scales with the 80 and max HP. So you build him relatively bruisery. So he scales pretty decently now, and then they added a passive armor pen to his R. So he scales pretty nice. Like not like like Cogball levels or Rise levels of scaling, but it's still pretty good. So it's not the end of the world to have your MVP at with all the kills here. So bot lane, you're going to see Duolingo Owl sneaking into the bush here. So he's not going to get spotted. But I highly doubt that Iceborn, they're going to walk up and look for any plays, yeah. Because it's kind of just, they're kind of just chilling. Oh, Tango Barb does land max range. That's going to be the Counter-Strike wound up, but nope, no gank there. As Rehurt gets spotted on that ward. So it's going to be both junglers bot lane. They're just going to start backing off here. Don't want to waste too much time. Nice little Tango Barb there, Pixel Bush, or the ward in the Pixel Bush. As Duolingo leap strikes on Drake spawning in about a minute. So they really do kind of want to reset here, look for that tempo, get ready for that Drake here, as they're really just putting a lot of pressure in this river now, Iceborn. They have no wards, because Bill Murray has not reset yet. So it's going to be the Lulu resetting now looking to reset, I think. Guess not.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess both sides are just going to be a little low on wards, so it's going to be kind of blind, going in blind for this Drake.
And one of the things, real quick, that you mentioned that I wanted to highlight too about Pantheon doing max health damage, that's on his W, which is, now the second max ability. Used to max Aegis Assault second, now you max Shield Vault second. That can be deceptive. When a Pantheon jumps on you and you're low, just tapping that W on you, it hurts. And I don't think a lot of people expect that coming out of the Pantheon. That they expect the empowered spear is going to hit really hard. They know the Aegis Assault makes him immune and that the W is a stun. Most people don't expect it as a full, complete, burst you down, nuke you out type ability. And it really is right now. He's already up to 9% health damage just from tapping W on you. And he's just going to keep scaling, like you said. He's like make no illusions, he's not going to scale as well as Jax, but he is a scaling champion now. I feel we
Yeah,
are
he's
going to
definitely
see
a
Drake
lot
coming up.
better. So yeah, it looks like Drake started up by the Penne pal, so it looks like they're gonna get second. They could look to get second Drake of the game here, but it is going to be a jump in with the counter strike, stunning up the Pantheon there. Going to get CC'd up, charmed up, Aegis Assault down, Spirit Rusher got to get behind him, and Duolingo going to pick up that one. That's going to be a 3-man pop blossom by Bill Murray, flashing forward. But the Spear's Refuge coming down, blocking a lot of the damage. Stage United Shen is going to join up. That's going to be another counter strike. Dash away by Keyhall, but he's going to get taken down. Korn is popping off those overloads. He's getting the bounces like a pinball machine in that tri-bush, as it's going to be 2 for 4 or 2 for 3 here in favor of the Penne pals. But both junglers dead means no Drake gets started. As Cuddle Bear, he's on a ward, so gonna have to be a little bit careful there. Let's Tingle Barbs go a little wide. Ari doesn't have that teleport, so gonna have to walk back to lane the old-fashioned way. But no neutral objective, but an overall one team fight for the Penne pals.
What an absolute masterful pop blossom though from Bill Murray to actually kind of save that fight. You know, you said a 3 for 2, but without that amazing 3-man pop blossom, you're probably looking at like a 3 for 1 or even a 3 for. It's just crazy how well that was played there, and we're really showing why that is. You highlighted that that's one of their like signature picks. They're 3-0 on it, and today they're showing us why. You know, so really well played to Bill Murray there. Like you said, the dragon wasn't taken. Both dragon or junglers are down. Rehurt, scout it out. Here we go.
Be careful, as that's gonna be a nice little max range Tangle Barb there. Pantheon gonna get CC'd up once again. Does have that Sunder Sky, so he's gonna live forever. Corrin gonna get rooted up here on the bot side of the fight. He's gonna get taken down with a chakra. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 mid laner so far here. Shen is 3v1. Gonna get the taunt onto Rehurt there as he goes back in. Pop Blossom is gonna go wide to peel his jungler, as puts it the Aegis Assault flashing away. Doesn't want to get taken down. Bill Murray is going to get aggressed upon here. Knows he doesn't have that flash. Going to get stunned up with the counter strike there. As Keyhall going to get the perfect auto attack reset there. As Cuddle Bear trying to push him back. So Keyhall going to pop that ultimate, clear that mid wave. But once again, Rehurt's too low and Duolingo Owl is dead. So that means no neutral objective start yet. That's 2 back-to-back team fights with no neutral objective take.
This is, I mean, a 1.3k gold lead in favor of the Suresh stands here. Iceborn. I'm struggling with what to call the team. We talked about this pregame, but it's like that's a mouthful of a team name. I'm gonna try to stick to Iceborn, as we are gonna see, like you said, the Drake still just can't be taken. Like neither of these teams are willing to give an inch. A 1.3k gold lead is not that much at this point in the game. Is here we go. Rehurt's back at it again.
Check out that bot lane. That's gonna be a nice little grand starfall to catch him out, but no summoners used. So the bot lane. The all-star bot lane does get out real quick. Gonna switch off. He has 4 ammo left in Severum, so that's gonna go down here. It's gonna be a full 5v5 now. Rainey's getting aggressive by the Jax. Nice little charm mid lane. Keyhall getting taken out already. The first casualty of the fight. As Duolingo Owl is still just beating on Rainey in that bot lane jungle there. As that should just be a Drake taken now. And the second Drake of the game going over to High Alert Penne pals here. What, they've been fighting for that Drake for like, I think like 8 minutes. What is it? No, they've been fighting for it for like 4 minutes straight.
Yeah, I was gonna say not quite 8, but yeah, absolutely. Like, it's been so extreme that there's almost no exaggeration needed, as they've been there for the better part of 5 minutes fighting that one objective. Not going the way that Iceborn really wants it here, though. You know, this early game, not so much in their favor, which is a bit of a worry. Now, obviously, Sion is a crazy scaler, Ryze is a crazy scaler, Yunar is pretty good, but you know, Nico doesn't do a ton of damage late game. She becomes more of like a utility for the CC. And Pantheon, like we mentioned, he scales fine, but he's not going to scale as well as the Jack. So, you know, they still have a gold lead, but these objectives do stack up. It's going to start forcing them to the objectives. You don't want to be on soul point at 20 minutes, even if you're like in control of the game. Look at this here, though. Corn versus Tactical.
As that's going to be a charm. He's going to have to try to run away. That's going to be the phase rush pop now. He's going to get rooted up. The overload's coming through like a gun. Does still have that spirit rush if he wants to get out, but he's going to get chunked to about 25% HP there, and he's just going to have to back on up, farm up with the Orb of Deception. Does have that teleport, so he should be fine. But surprisingly, 2 of 3 of those Drake fights that, you know, were quote-unquote even, it was a 4v5. Iceborn were playing a 4v5.
That is
and
actually
they still, like,
point.
You know, they lose the objective still in the end, technically, but like, it's just how long like this Pantheon lives and just how much, damage they can pump out with this rising Yunara already, as Corrin just hiding up in the bush. The perfect little combo there chunks him directly to half HP, and he's just going to keep going on forward there with those spell fluxes. But I mean, once again, it's just kind of like a lot of posturing here from the side of Penne Pals. They really want to play for these objectives because the last best of 5 that they played against Hunters, Penne Pals had excellent objective control. And I have to hold that thought there. Member Stick's going to get a rest upon there. Keyhall popping that ultimate. That's going to be the Grand Starfall coming in. Flashed away from both the Pop Blossom. And that's going to be the Counter-Strike onto Rehurt there. Only going to get the Moonlight Sigil onto one person. And Rehurt will be the main man as Corrin comes in with the Realm Warp. But it's going to be a bit of a bait. That's a Spirit Rush going in. The Charm's going to go wide, but the Tangle Barb on the Colbert will not be enough. And that should be the Herald going over to the Penne Pals.
Bill Murray, just a little bit of a fatal execution there at the end, like just choosing to stay a little bit far forward towards the end of that fight. I mean, the gold lead has now completely dissolved, especially if this mid tower goes down. The game is definitely shifting a little bit with the 2 Drakes, and like you said, the Herald should be theirs. I can't imagine it being contested. However, I did want to point out before that fight that Keelhaul was on 2 items for that fight, and I was actually going to highlight them as a player, but it just doesn't seem to matter as Aphelios is still doing great, bringing up that 3-0 and 3. We're seeing bounties on 3 members of the Penne Pals already.
Yeah, like Bill Murray, like the Nico is great. You know, that's his, one of his best champions. But it's like, it's so hard to play Yunara without Enchanter, as in Kindness gonna get jumped on there, popping the Spirit's Refuge, gonna block a little bit of the damage. But the Pop Blossom coming through onto the bot lane of the Penne Pals. Duolingo out, going straight into the back like Keyhole, flashing forward, see if he can get a return kill as the Decimating Smash will pick up that shutdown. Flash forward with the leap strike and onto the top of Rehurt. He will get taken down. The chakras are stacked up. That's going to be the counter strike, but will get flashed away by Rainy. But it's going to be overall a 1 for 2 here in favor of Penne Pals, and they are loving every single fight they're taking.
Look at this gold. Only 200 gold separates these teams at almost 20 minutes, and real big shout out to Duolingo Al in that last fight. I mean, like the actual namesake, the real Duolingo Al, he has his eyes on you. He's ready and he's at your back door. He's selecting targets so well in these fights and really knowing how to CC, and is actually leading his team to a lot of success here. Gold lead is, like I said, negligible at this point, but you gotta almost feel like the momentum right now is a little bit in Penne Pal's favor. This next Drake is really going to tell the story of this game. If they can 3-0 on the Drake, it does actually start to, I don't want to say close the door on Iceborn, because that's a bit dramatizing it, but it does sort of, say, oh, our game plan is now to catch back up. Like, we need to then contest every single Drake. A good point for them. I do think, 3 kills, 200 CS on the rise at 19 minutes. Oh, here we go.
Duolingo Owl gonna get hit with the Pop Blossom, gonna get CC'd up, but does have that Wild Growth and the Sand United right on top of him. But Nico is gonna be the first casualty of that fight. They started it, they still lose. Red War coming through, but Rehurt's gonna get left behind there. Unkindness gonna pick up that one. It's gonna be the sole point here for the side of Penne Pals.
And playing in exactly to that point that I was talking about here, that's like, they now have a small gold lead and they're going to get this 3rd Drake. Like, it's no longer just momentum. It's no longer just emotional. Like, they have a concrete, solidified lead in this game. Baron is on the map. Herald popped in the bot lane. Is it even going to get the charge? Rise is doing his best to make sure it doesn't get the charge.
Oh, nice little
interrupt
there. That was a nice little charm. I think it got to like 40
saved
HP.
The Herald's life with what was it, 119 health of the Herald?
Yeah, I thought it was like 40 or something. I thought it was
did they hit it?
lower.
Oh, they must have hit it again, even
like
lower.
Corrin, he does have that. He has the ghost. He's flashing forward. Tactical Pork Chop does not have any more mana. Corrin does still have that ghost for another second or 2 there. He's just gonna hunt him down. Gonna pop the spell flux. He's gonna put him in prison. He's gonna send him back to the base. Nice little shutdown going over to Corrin. As Duolingo Owl popping that counter strike there. Dashing forward with the ultimate there. As that's gonna be a Moonlight Vigil off the 2 members. And Cuddle Bear gonna go on a rampage now. Pop Blossom barely gonna miss out on him. As the spear comes through and it's gonna snipe him with no vision. A big shutdown going over to Rehurt. So many shutdowns going back and forth. The gold lead damn near negligible, but that's sole point for the Penne Pals, and they love to see that.
I mean, gold lead negligible, yes. However, that was a 2K swing in the favor of Iceborn. Now, nothing to scoff at, because like they actually have it back here. Like you said, obviously, 3-0 on the Drake. Soul Point means that Iceborn has to contest every single Drake. That's a massive disadvantage, especially with the Baron on the map. You don't want to see that because then that opens a situation where, hey, we might just give you a Drake if you're going to let us have Baron. So that's a thing to think about. But like, that was a really good swing for them there, as we are going to see that top tower finally come down. You know, Shen really does want to lock you up in the top lane there too, because he's not just running empowered TP from the top lane quest, he's actually running summoner TP as well, which makes the teleport even better. So it allows him to really play that macro game. And, you know, he's saying, you know what? I'm fine up here all day with you, Rainy. Let's hang out. Let's have some fun. I'll play the macro game. So the next objective for the teams right now, obviously the soul is incredibly important to both sides here, because one doesn't want to let it go and one doesn't want to play the game without it. However, the Baron is up right now. Vision secured around it is going to be imperative to the next fight. Here we go. Keelhaul.
Keelhaul, he's going to get jumped on here. The Wild Growth going to knock up 2 members, but Duolingo Owl going to get chain CC'd. But Bill Murray will get taken down first. That's going to be Corrin going into the black backline there. He's just going absolutely crazy on the bot lane, and he just completely blows up the Aphelios. Does have that same United coming on through now, but Keelhaul going to get taken out there. 2 fights on 2 different fronts. It's going to be a 4 for... Oh my god, it's going to be a 4 for 2 as Rainy, he's only a tank, buddy. He's trying to get to the blast code. It's going to get denied, and that's going to be a full ace there eventually. Rainy doesn't have
after 20
flash,
minutes.
and that's going to be Duolingo Owl just going crazy in the back line there on the Jax.
Yeah, Duolingo Owl's, again, his positioning and target selection has been paramount to his team's success in this fight. And I'd like to highlight, too, in that fight, I feel like a sort of weakness of Pantheon's kit is once that Aegis Assault is down and once you've kind of unloaded your stun, and if you're not empowered, Pantheon kind of joins the fight, does everything he's going to do, and then is just like, I need to either wait for ability cooldowns or I need to get out of the fight. Whereas Jax is a sort of sustained ramping, you know, bruiser. And he's really showing the strengths of that type of a kit in these fights. And Pantheon's going to have to find better angles or better positioning in these fights. It seems like, and as we pointed out last time that we were casting these guys, is that Rehurt, while being the MVP, is also the team's leader. It's very obvious. He leads with his face. He's the guy that's, I'm going to engage. I'm going to be there. But sometimes the kit itself doesn't necessarily lend itself here as we are in the later parts of the mid game and start transitioning into late game. We're starting to see people with 3 items coming online. You know, people can start killing you in a couple hits. People can start surviving a full rotation of Pantheon's abilities. And we're going to have to see how that plays out as they... Is this a real start on the Baron? What do you think? I think this is a real start.
They do it relatively fast. I don't think they know it's happening.
No, they don't.
Have that Grand Starfall and Shen's back. Use that same United whenever. That's going to be the far side used already. Teleport going through. Corrin is not able to match. He doesn't have teleport, buddy. Why are you in bot? And that's going to be a full Baron starting, but they're not backing off. They're going to keep on doing it. Grand Starfall not coming through just yet, but Rehurt isn't around to contest it, and they're just going to give this Baron away, knowing Corrin very well can't even match. So that's 5 members with the Baron buff for Penne pals here.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, the macro difference there is big, and I was just complimenting like Shen's macro, but you know, once they got the vision from the Scion, you can't have your Rise playing all the way in the bot lane. You know, it worst, you want to be floating mid lane so that you can use your Rise ultimate to get into the fight, right? You don't want to be floating down there in the bot lane where you're out of range even from Realm Warp.
Yeah, I was like, at that point, it's like,
fight,
you're trying to interrupt but pop loss. I'm going to the back line. The Drake will get claimed here, denying the soul. Rainy going to try to hold up 4 members of the Penne pals as much as he can, but a double kill already going over to Cuddle Bear as Unkind is using the flash to get on out there. But Cuddle Bear has all them chakrams wound up here. He's ready to keep going, but it's going to be a 2 for 1, but the soul denied by Iceborn.
Soul denied, but look what it lets them do. They can start opening the map. This tower should fall to them, and it is like a 2 for 1. Losing Duolingo Owl is really devastating for them there. It's one of their most valuable players in this match, but you know, macro-wise, they can start to clean up some lanes, reinforce you can see right there, not let Rise push any further, stop him, get a tower mid. They're tearing it up right now, and let's see how Iceborn responds to this here, because the gold is still pretty much dead even. You know, you see one team having 33% more kills than the other team. You don't expect the gold to be this even, especially when they have gotten the Drake and they've also gotten so many of these early game objectives. It's crazy to see. I mean, we're seeing, if we look at the actual objective gold lead here, a lot of what's keeping them in the game is that massive lead on Corrin on the rise. I mean, look at the difference there. 2.3K on one player, Banana. The rest of it's
Yeah,
looking bad.
Yeah, I mean, he's 60 CS above of tactical pork chop, and that's going to pop that counter strike, but he has nothing left to defend himself. The Stand United coming down, the Grand Starfall also coming, and that's going to be Rainy going in with the unstoppable onslaught there. The Realm Warp going into the back line. They're trying to get to that Felix, but they're all going to get knocked up. They're under the tower. Keyhole damn near dying already. Tango Bar going to lock up Unkindness there. Teleport coming through for a tactical pork chop. Does have that Spirit Rush. He's going to look to go for it. Bill Murray is so low. You get one thing on him. He just doesn't die quite yet there. The Orb Reception doesn't quite make its way back, as Rainy will be the sacrificial lamb there. You get taken out. Tactical pork chop picking up that one. It's going to be a 1-for-1 here, but no, it's going to deny the rest of that Baron push.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good decision almost objectively from a macro standpoint there to, like you said, deny that Baron push. But I think the play was a little forced there. The Rise Realm Warp into the tower, I think might have been just a little bit much, in my opinion. I like the idea. I like the aggression. I like the proactivity. But, like, a little bit forced. They are going to lose Raining for that. One thing I do want to compliment, though, is that Rainy was the front line in that battle. Unfortunately, he lost his life in that battle. RIP Rainy. But it was nice to not see Rehurt be the front line, like be the face tanker in that fight for once. And that was one of the keys that I said would be really good for them as a team. 600-ish gold separating these teams in almost 30 minutes. It's what you want to see in a grand final. These teams playing tooth and nail for the advantage of going up 1-0 in a series. I mean, it's a best of 5, but, you know, you go up 1-0 and you have momentum. You have that feeling, that general positivity, knowing that you can beat that other team riding there with you. And we're in Fearless Draft, too, so whatever you've shown in this game cannot be picked anywhere else in the series. Rehurt is kind of hugging the bush here.
He's gonna steal the big raptor.
Cheeky little raptor steal. All that just for a raptor steal. Banana, we were just seeing, I was like, what's he gonna do? Are they gonna collapse? Is there some big play? Are we gonna Realm Warp Keyhole into the back line? No, we're just gonna steal a raptor.
I mean, hey, it's some small victories, but, like, it's so surprising that it's so even in gold. Like, obviously, like, you look at the kill score, you're looking at the 7-3R, you're looking at the 6-2 Aphelos, and you're not really thinking to yourself, you know, because they can't see the gold lead. You're thinking to yourself, like, man, like, we're behind, like, we're down, like, really bad, but they're only off by about 400 gold. You know, it's even in towers. They've gotten, I mean, they had a Baron, but they didn't really amount too much with it. Like, it was pretty much a dead even Baron power play. So right now, Drake's spawning in about 50 seconds. Drake spawning about 20 seconds afterwards. So
yeah,
it's going to be real dicey, because whoever loses the team fight at either a neutral objective will pretty much lose both. So yeah, I mean, really, both these teams haven't had to think about it.
Unless the team decides to just go 1-for-1, like, you know, we rush down this objective while you get the other and we don't contest. Obviously, Iceborn cannot make that choice with the Drake. Because of the soul point that was forced early by Penne Pals, there's no decision here to really be made. They're being forced from a macro POV. However, look at the bush here. Rehurt Corrin.
Well, I don't know. That was a really good combat.
I thought that was a good
game
angle.
IQ. Yeah, it looked like it was really good game IQ to, like, pre-pop the counter strike before he blind walked into the bush, so he doesn't get chunked too bad. So that's a very nice job there. As it's gonna be full prio in the river for the side of Iceborn here. They're gonna put a lot of damage onto the Jax. He's gonna get knocked out. Does have the zone. Use the counter strike going through. That's gonna be the growth spurt. He's gonna go up, and that's a flush on top of Cuddle Bear here. Gonna flush away. Does have that Sever ultimate. Rainy gonna stall up 3 members in the back line, but Duolingo Out is still going crazy. He's gonna get taken down now. 1-for-1 so far. Rainy finally getting knocked down there. Gonna go into the zombie form, as Unkind is gonna use the taunt to get on out of there. As a Spirit Rush is already used, no more charges to that. It's gonna be a 2-for-1 here. No jungler for the side of Penne Pals, as that they're going straight onto the Pantheon there. He's gonna go into the GA core, trying to do as much as he can, but too much range on Cuddle Bear, too much damage, as that's gonna be the Shen getting taken out with the spear, as Bill Murray on the bot side trying to run out there. Tactical pork chop getting a kill onto that Rise, I think, or no, the Pantheon, and it's going to be the soul now for the Penne Pals.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's so tough to just watch, you know, how extended that fight got. Iceborn has to be feeling a bit of regret about that. His tactical workshop is chasing down Bill Murray here, not really for the kill, more so just to prevent any kind of like cheese of stealing the soul here. Infernal Soul, very, very good on the Penne pals. You know, Shen can proc it with his Spirit Blade. Duolingo Ao obviously loves it. Ari loves any kind of extra poke. Aphelios loves extra poke, and honestly, even Lulu, like, it's hard to ever argue against an Infernal Soul. I'd say it's one of the most generically good souls in the game outside of Mountain. But however, they have some champions that can make really good use of it, especially in this trade patterns that they'll want to do in these side lanes late in the game. And that's something to consider, especially as the Baron is now up too. That Infernal Soul is going to help them really take this if they want to contest it, because now they have a 1.5k gold lead, but a Soul is offering, you know, 4,000 or 5,000 gold in effective stats for your team.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like Duolingo outlived so long in that fight. He has a Zonias, he has a Sunder Sky. He's starting to build, I don't think anything builds out of double Negatron, as that's going to be the CC chain onto Corrin here. He's trying to run out there. This Archangel's going to get procced as the charm onto Rehurt, and he's not even able to put the Aegis Assault up. He just gets completely blown up. So that's going to be a crucial pick here for Penne pals, and they are looking to start this Baron up there. Rainy does have the teleport, but he has a Shed in his face. He's not able to really match up, and that's going to be the Baron given up by Iceborn. And once again, another 5-man Baron for the Penne pals here at 33 minutes.
Are we finally willing to state that it looks like that they could or may win this game, as we do see a Realm Warp coming in here to try to...
4 members going on to Unkindness here. The Barb, oh my god, there's no way he gets out, right? As he's going to put the Spirit's Refuge up there, going to dodge so many autos to use the last vestige of his energy. He just gets out! Oh my god, it's so rough. They're just, it's so desperate now.
They committed so much onto the Shen there, and to not get him is... I mean, you see Unkindness just pinged Rise's R like 4 times. And, you know, we are going to see that Baron and Soul push coming in here. You have to feel good about their push here. It's Duolingo.
He gets chunked up like crazy. The Pop Blossom into the backline. Not the 4 members of Penne pals here, but will it be enough? 2 members already down for the Penne pals on this Baron push here. It's going to be a 2 for 2 so far, or 2 for 3. As they're going to keep on pushing with this Baron here. Cuddle Bear, 100% HP, still has that Lulu in his back pocket. Keyall trying to clear up these minions as much as he can. Does have the Transcend in a couple seconds here. As Tactical Pork Chop looking for that charm there. He just barely misses out on it. The Redemption to chunk out Corrin just a little bit. And Corrin, he's going to try to defend it as he's going to pop that ultimate. Keyall, what? He kills them right there. The charm does land. Cuddle Bear is still up. Does have that ult there. And he pops the ult. The Moonlight Vigil going to take him down, and that's Corrin picking up the shutdown onto the Aphelios there, as it's going to be support on mid laner combat. Corrin, the first oh my god!
Oh my gosh, it's so tragic. The battlefield's just empty. Look at it, Bill Murray and Rehurt are just like, they're coming back to life. They're like, what happened here?
You're like,
what
yeah,
battle?
like, you see
what
all the
battle
cinders
conspired upon these lands?
It's like the Spartans that walked up on like the gates. They walk up to the hot gates. They're wondering what happened. Like you always see these little cinders, and it's like, and that's funny. That's really funny.
Just like, hey, there's 2 bodies and a bunch of cash laying here, so I'm gonna help myself if nobody minds. These fights really are on a razor's edge, you know. Even though they're in a fairly dominant position here, Penne pals only with a 2.6k gold lead, which, analyzing that a little bit, tells me that even though Penne pals are playing a really, really good macro game and really controlling the objectives here, it tells me that Iceborn knows how to farm, they know where to get gold, and they know how to get gold onto players like their Rise, who still has a 3.1k gold lead on Corrin. You know, he's got to be feeling bad if they do go down in this game, because that gap is absolutely insane, you know, with like about a 40 CS lead and the kill lead and all the just little objectives picked up around the map. So, obviously, next fight is the game decider here. It would be amazing to me if Iceborn can stop them as they're starting to break into the towers here. Note the crystals on this tower, 1 hit's just going to basically take it down. You can't defend this. Yeah, boom. Those crystals pile up. Oh! He did get away, but those crystals pile up and almost become like a demolish. And Banana, I don't know if you've ever played with it lately, but rocking a demolish with that is a special feeling. You're
Oh
gonna see
my
their
god!
basic sort of,
Did you see
yeah,
that damage with the spell
I
flux?
did, yeah. I
Wow,
was,
that's a 858 AP, 830 AP rise, 3 full mana items charged up. As the Tango Bars onto Duolingo Owl there. Gonna have to jump away. The Elder Drake spawning in about a minute, so you're gonna have to get these recalls off as soon as you can. So Rehurt really trying to look to push it. But, oh, Rady, what are you doing, buddy? You can't teleport right in front of the face of Unkindness, as he's just gonna take the inhibitor tower, or the inhibitor turret right in his face there. And so he's not gonna have teleport for this Elder Drake coming up soon.
I mean, they're sieging here as a team, and I like the position that they're playing bottom, like you mentioned about the Elder coming up soon. The fact that they're pushing in this bottom lane instead of trying to force anywhere else tells me that they're cognizant of what is coming up, what they're going to be looking for, and what they want to grab. Wouldn't be surprised to see them back off after this wave and keep a dominant position. However, we are going to see a Realm Warp. This might be a last breath.
As Rehurt going on in there, that's going to be the unstoppable onslaught directly onto the Lulu. And Splash into the front there with the Pop Blossom, only going to get pick up one. As Duolingo Owl will be the first casualty there. No jungler for the side of Penne Pals. Tactical Pork Chop just ran out on the Spirit Rush there. As the Decimated Smasher over the wall, going to knock out the Aphelios. So it's going to be a 5v4 for the Elder Drake. But it looks like Iceborn, they're kind of just, you know, just moshing around here. They don't know what to do. Rise has to reset and look
can't back off
the base. As that's gonna be Rainy getting taken out here. He's gonna die for no reason. Your Rise is there. Your main man. As the spear is gonna go across the board there. Unkindness is so low, but he still can reset and has that teleport. So
yeah,
now
I mean, Rise was stuck clearing the waves, and that's really bad for them. Like, he had to as well. That, you know, they had double super wave coming into the base, and you're right, the death timer is absolutely brutal here. You know, Duolingo Owl is back up in 6 seconds. Can he make it through the Drake?
Oh, they're starting this thing up.
Them?
Forrest hiding in the bush there, going to go forward with the Pop Blossom right on top of Cuddle Bear, but the perfect Mikhails is going to be enough as the Grand Starfall right on top of his head, but he's going to get taken down. What?
Oh, no.
What the hell is happening? Iceborn! They completely sold the Elder fight, and they completely give 2 kills away as Tactical Pork Chop going to whip the charm there, does still have that Spirit Rush, flash forward with the Infernum, and that's going to be a kill. Corrin going to pick it up with the assist from the Elder, and Keyhall does pop that Transcend, but he's not able to do it, and he's gonna have to flash away there. The slow does not land onto Unkindness. He's trying to get up there and get that front, and Spirit Refuge is gonna block up a lot of that damage.
Shen
and
just
unfortunately,
care, dude. I think Keyhall was taking as much damage from Shen. Just that was insane.
I don't even have words to describe how that was like.
No, that was absolutely nutty, and then Ari getting picked at the end there. I mean, it is going to get game 1 going over the Penne Pals. Really well played, you know, even if they weren't necessarily dominating the lanes and stuff, they played the objectives so well, and Rehurt played so aggressively, so much of the game with his face that I think it honestly kind of cost him. He had that MVP performance in the beginning, and we both noted how well he was with the team, how well he was coordinating with them, how much presence he had, 100% KP up to 15 minutes, dominating the CS in the jungle as well. But when it came to those objectives and stuff, he was just a little bit too hyphy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, a game like this, it was just like, it was close, but like it wasn't. But it was just crazy. Like, it's so hard to kind of, like, for me, I think my match MVP or my game MVP has to be Cuddle Bear. Like, his positioning was so on point, and he just pumping out the damage, like 68,000 damage. The next highest was Corrin, and he had 2k gold less, and he did 14,000 less. So like, Cuddle Bear just absolutely crazy carrying these fights. Duolingo Owl has a, you know, shout out there for a little soft spot in my heart, like that backline access and just stalling him out for so long. You know, the KDA doesn't speak the tail there, so it will go to Cuddle Bear. But just looking at these numbers, man, it's just absolutely crazy. And that first game, you know, like you said, it's like the goal really isn't everything. It's just how you execute it in this. Like Iceborn, they played the early game well, but they just couldn't really convert anything because all the gold was on that Pantheon, and you couldn't really do much with it. So for now, we're going to be taking a quick little break here as we start getting ready for game 2 between High Alert Penne Pals and Iceborn Suresh Stands.
recall. Penne pals came ready, we've been through it all. Every lane controlled, every dragon ours. Grand finals under Ember, we came to claim the stars. Suresh stands look cold, but we read every move. High alert, pen pals are locked into the groove. Everybody on their feet, the greatest. Iceborn and ready, every move calculated. We came here to win. Penne pals are sharp, we respect the name. But Iceborn runs cold, and we play a different game. Will the map freeze the dragon, hold the line? Sure stands, grand final, this is our time. Everybody on their feet, the greatest. Iceborn and ready, every move calculated. We came here to win. Penne pals are sharp, we respect the name. The Iceborn runs cold, and we play a different game. Will the laugh freeze the dragon, hold the line? Sure stands, grand finals. Everybody on there, the greatest, the greatest. Iceborn and ready, every move calculated. Iceborn and ready, every move calculated. Iceborn and ready, every move calculated. We came here to win. Penne pals are sharp, they respect the name. But Iceborn runs colder, and we play at a different game. Will the map freeze the dragon, hold the line? Sure stands, grand final.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 between Iceborn Suresh Stance and High Alert Penne Pals. A quick little recap. High Alert Penne Pals win a close, not close game to Iceborn here. Iceborn will have side selection for Game 2, and they opted for the blue side here, as we're going to enter the draft very shortly here. But looking at that last game, the gold lead was close, but it really wasn't close. Just because Penne Pals, I mean, they got every single objective, and like all the gold was on the Pantheon and the Rise, so it was
Yeah,
close,
I mean,
but it really wasn't.
and then like we had mentioned, we saw like the sort of falling off of the Pantheon and stuff is again, Rehert is the league MVP, looking to see a MVP caliber performance in this second game. I think he had an MVP caliber performance early game in the first one. So we are in the draft seeing the J4 lockdown again, not surprising. I expect that to go the whole series, to be honest. But you know, what they get Reherd on in this one, I want to see him with something that has a continued agency if he's going to be their go button. And by continued agency, I mean something like how we had Jax from the last game, how Jax is a champion that can stay in the fight. I want to see something that doesn't just do a rotation of abilities and then kind of stand there waiting for them to come back. Something that kind of keeps autoing, something that builds momentum, something that can chain lockdown an important target or something like that. I think that would be a huge key to the game for Iceborn in this game too, as we are seeing pretty much the same bands as game one coming down so far. They've both done their research. They both know Masters community and NA is fairly small. They might even know these guys off these teams as well, like what they're playing in solo queue and everything.
Yeah, because for Iceborn, there were 2 Pantheon games in the last 10 games, and like you're right, like you have your best player on a champion that's very dependent on abilities. It's pretty rough, so you want him on something that you want your best, in theory, your best player to be on something that's able to kind of facilitate and stay in the fight. So stuff like, honestly, like low key, like Vi, Sejuani,
He did
probably
a
not
great
Olaf,
Sejuani before.
Trundle.
His Sejuani was really impressive when we saw him on it before, and I know that Sejuani doesn't get enough credit for being impressive, but there are there are ways to express skill on Sejuani, and how you handle and manage and stay in fights is one of those ways to do so. We
And
are seeing the Xin Zhao locked in right away. That's a great one. That's kind of exactly what I was hinting at there. The 3 talent strike every third hit can be a knockup. The the ultimate ability there for Xin Zhao, keeping him in that fight, making him tanky. The ability to challenge and duel somebody is great. Ash Seraphine, however, coming out for the Penne Pals, really, really good, slow lockdown, sort of iconic bot lane. They synergize really well together. Looking at stats here, Banana Ash, when paired with Seraphine, her win rate goes up 2.5%, which, E plus solo queue is what I'm citing here. Doesn't sound insane, but when you consider that they're both healthy win rate champions to begin with, really good. Lucian Milio also makes a lot of sense. Milio can extend Lucian's range out, make up for a little bit of the poke that he's inevitably going to be eating from the Ash and the Seraphine, help with positioning, and has some great peel with his little buddy that he can shoot out there. I like both sides round one draft here. I'm excited to see what Penne Pals is going to show us here in just a few seconds. Ticking down 5, 4. What are you going to show us, guys? They're really burning the midnight oil on this last pick. -1, the very last possible second, grabbing the Wukong. Now, Banana, you got to watch out that Wukong Seraphine devastating combo. If Seraphine lands her charm on a whole team and then Wukong starts cycloning on said whole team, Ash throws in the enchanted crystal arrow. They have a very easy to execute press R wombo combo comp coming up so far. Really like what I'm seeing out of them thus far. But, we got picks and bans for round 2 coming.
I mean, High Alert Penne Pals, like, I think, like, literally off rip, I think they won draft. Like, Ash Seraphine is a very oppressive bot lane duo. It's very, like, if you
Iconic.
go
Yeah,
up, you
they're a great
auto,
pair.
or you hit the volley, and then you have your Q stacked up for Ash, and like you just run them down. Like, it's so hard to win them against them early, especially if the Ash takes lethal tempo. Lucian, like,
Yeah.
he does pretty decent early, and Milu kind of picks up on those weaknesses, like you said, but he doesn't scale as well as that Ash, because at the end of the day, like, she's still going to be Ash. She's still going to be useful. She still has that ult. But if Lucian gets behind, it's real rough. And Then you add on top of that one of the best team fighting junglers in the game, if not the best team fighting jungler in the game, with that Wukong against the fairly short-ish range composition. Like that Cyclone Encore combination is going to go absolutely crazy, like you said, and already seeing like how it's going to happen. Looking at the bans here, it's going to be the double mid lane ban here against against the oh wait, this is flipped backwards against Corrin. It's like Corrin, he had a good game, but it's just like like everybody else was so behind. They kind of just
Yeah, that's
put that.
you just type in the end of the chat. You're just like team diff GG, and then you just alt F4 the client before Nexus breaks. That's like the kind of game he had last game. But yeah, I mean, I do like to see the mid ban thrown out against him. Interestingly enough, Mel was banned in round 2 last time. Mel was left open this time. Seeing the Aurora come out is a fairly good blind pick. She can do a lot on her own and also contributes heavily to this wombo combo team fight thing that they're doing here. Kind of love to see it. I'm not going to lie. I mean, the way that Between Worlds contributes to, like you said, the Encore and the Cyclone, crazy stuff.
Does Between Worlds slow? I don't think it slows.
Between Worlds.
Like if you hit the
Yes,
barrier, it slows on the outside.
30%. No, it just straight up.
Oh, it's just a straight slow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Like
Anybody
I think
caught
Penne
in the converged realms will be slowed by 30% for 2 seconds.
oh yeah, I think like off rip. I think they actually won.
And yeah,
This draft.
anybody leaving or entering is slowed by an additional 50%. So it's an
An
overall
80%
slow, and then
slow?
yeah, 80% if you try to leave or enter.
Ugh. Yeah, like I honestly like off rip. I think high alert Penne Pals they won draft. Like the biggest thing is like they literally have everything they want. They have pick, they have long range, they got poke, and now you got a meathead in the Garen. So I'm like my first main in League of Legends ever was Garen. So I always have a soft spot for Garen.
yeah,
I will never badmouth my glorious king, Garen.
And it is worth noting that Garen is one of the hardest counters in the game to Cassante, but you have to play it right. People will look at the stats and just be like, oh, Garen counters Cassante at all times. No. You have to get some percent HP damage. You have to get some armor pen. You have to play trades intelligently. Last time I saw Garen versus Cassante, the person built full crit Garen and absolutely got annihilated by the Cassante. Don't want to see it. Show me your black cleavers. Show me your trading patterns that impress me here, Unkindness. Don't let Rainy get the upper hands on you, because if you do not take advantage of this counter matchup, Cassante will still be an absolute monster. Cassante will be, sending your Ashe halfway across the Atlantic Ocean and dumping her out in the water, which is in this case the river. They will be taking your Seraphine and canceling her concert. You don't want to see that. So, we are getting onto the rift here as we're speaking. Bottom lane, gonna be pretty standard. Garen actually going Conqueror, not Phase Rush, so he's actually got the right idea into the Cassante here. Cassante going Grasp, knowing Garen wants to trade, also choosing the right rune. So everything's pretty standard across the board here so far. So let's see how this early laning does play out.
Yeah, like or this early laning, I really expect Iceborn for the most part in their bot side, like mid and bot side to win out on trades. But it's again, it's like it's a skill matchup. Like the moment Memer6 whiffs the beat drop, you just go in, look for those trades. Like
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the biggest thing with like trade patterns. Like people don't know how to like trade effectively. You have to play off the cooldowns. Like you see Rainy, like he just bashing his face in. He doesn't have that either. What did he start? He started E, so he doesn't have that E. So he's just gonna walk up. He's just gonna Q the hell out of him, and then just pop those grass procs all the time and get the empowered autos off.
Yeah.
So, like we're seeing it here in the top lane. Like he just kind of getting blasted there constantly with those little trade patterns there. But they're unfortunately taking an auto attack, and he gets hit with the soccer ball. So half HP already, having forced to pop that pot. Is he running? I'm assuming, yeah, he has pots. He has biscuits with approach velocity, so it's pretty normal. So he should be pretty fine there. But both junglers are going to be splitting the map, so we're gonna see what becomes of that. I really don't expect too much of the ganks that follow up afterwards.
No, I think we're gonna definitely see a calmer earlier game this time. You know, Wukong really kind of needs to scale. He can throw out some ganks and jump on people and, you know, do a little bit of decent damage, but until he really has his ult, that is kind of his... He's sitting on the precipice of being a good ganker before having the ult. We are seeing some more trading in the top lane here, and you can kind of see when Garen does have courage up, how that kind of goes his way a little bit. But yeah, I mean, Xin Zhao as well also wants a little bit of farm. He can gank a little better with Audacious Charge and 3 Talon Strike. However, still not ideal till he has his ult. Barrier popped already bot lane. Is him yapping away here. Yeah, Cuddle Bear. Ooh.
I mean, it's a barrier for heal trade there, going in with the E once again. So, yeah, I mean, Lucian's going to win out on a lot of those trades early there. So, not really hitting all those abilities from Memer Stick. So, again, like, that's what we were talking about. Like, you whiff an ability, you just go in. Like, that's how I always,
absolutely.
like, play my bot lane duos. Is the moment I see them whiff something, I'm going in.
Yeah, they're giving
like,
you the agency then.
Yeah,
and
you get, like... minimum, like, you get like an 8-second window that you can just blast them with damn near no repercussions. Like, that's the biggest thing with like trade patterns. As I gotta hold that thought up, Duolingo Owl gonna get picked back with the soccer ball there, going in with the Nimbus Strike. But Keyhall is just gonna get healed up, shielded up, and he should be perfectly fine there. So both junglers, they do grab their own respective Scuttle Crabs. But Corrin forcing away that flash from Tactical Pork Chop there, winning it on a very nice little trade there. Unfortunately, does miss the cannon also. So overall, I mean, it's a very, very slight gold lead for Penne Pals in that bot lane. You know, it's mostly that CS lead. So it's nothing too crazy. First Drake is going to spawn. It is going to be spawn shortly here. It is going to be an X-Tech Drake. So always love to see that happening. There's Unkindness. Just going to keep spinning up in his face there. Rainy is winning out on a lot of these trades there, forcing the flash out of Unkindness early. So Rainy teleported back there with that chain vest. So, you know,
really
he's talking about the trades.
I was going to say, you really want to see Unkindness take the short trade there and then back. Because, you know, Cassante had just backed. Rainy just got back to lane. You take 15% of Cassante's health, you run away. Then you back and match, and you come back with more health. Unfortunately, he chose to extend the trade, which cost him his flash. Which, yeah, you know, his ultimates are going to be coming online here shortly. Is going to cost him kill pressure. I mean, Garen without flash has almost 0 kill pressure. And
it's really hard.
Memer Sticks is getting pretty low here.
As Keyhall also gets taken down the same there. We're talking about those extended trades, you know. Got to play on those ability timers. Like,
yeah.
So he's going to lose out on that trade a bit. The Ashe does have a Cull, so she's a little down in damage, but she kind of makes up for it with that extra sustain there. Top lane. That's going to be the Cassante going all out there.
Yeah, I mean, good use of Cassante going all out before Garen has access to the R. It also forced out the Ignite. I would look for him to sort of, if he can, shove wave and maybe sneak in and back, or call his jungler, which it looks like we are going to have that coming up soon. How Unkindness plays, though, is going to be very important here, as they do have a dive set up.
Ooh, that's going to be a nice little push back there with the W. Unkindness does pop that courage, and he's going to get pretty tanky. You know, one more auto, and there's going to be that first blood once again going over to Rehurt here. Already 2 first bloods back to back, and a nice little gold lead here for the Iceborn.
And it's really tough to see that, you know, as a top lane enthusiast too. He was sticking his nose out further than it could. You know, he's going to get dove either way, but he took about half of his remaining health before the dive even began, and it really does kind of just doom it there. One thing that is we're seeing a little bit of a trade here in the mid lane here is that Aurora is a good lane pick into Lux. However, or excuse me, Aurora is a good pick into Lux. However, lane-wise, Lux wins out pretty hard, and I think that might be their idea they're going for here. But if you let the game go late, like we mentioned, that sort of wombo combo, Aurora does have a little bit more utility, whereas Lux is... She does provide shields, but later on, you know, she's basically just QER. Like, you know, she's a full combo mage, and she's going to shoot that out. So they really need to get that advantage onto Corrin early this time. Like, Ryze did great last game, so I look for Corrin to be another big player for them in this game. However, we're going to need to start seeing it sooner than later.
Yeah, I mean,
these
eventually,
the trades
honestly,
in bot lane look so big, but there's like nothing coming of them.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. It's just he can't really get in range. You know, Ashe is called the kiting queen for a reason. You know, it's like because I think Ashe has slightly more range. As that's a nice little A Chain of Crystal Layer on top of Bill Murray. Does have the flash, does have the heal. He's going to get hit with all the volleys, but he is going to be able to get on out there, only popping the heal to keep himself a little healthier in lane. But using that level 6 advantage on the Ashe, they're going to stop that recall in the bot lane.
Banana,
So really
I know what they
force
were going for, and I respect it, but Game 6 was only a couple minions off of 6, and is 6 now. If they had just waited like 2 more minions and then maybe tried to stop their backs, it's so tough to see. Casante's going to eat a tower shot here. Oh boy.
And another pause.
ADDC, he needs to restart his router, and then we just heard Prage. They're literally sending out Prage. So never a good sign when we're calling for Prages this early in the game. We're going to be here for at least a minute since it requires a full router restart. Unfortunately, aside from the 1k gold lead here that Iceborn has, there's not a whole lot to talk about what's going on in the game yet. It's very early in the game. We're just getting into this, like the game's starting to open up a little bit. Ultimates are just coming online.
Oh, look at that. Look at the frog. It's Grump. He's coming back home. He's coming home. It's like that one scene in Fast and Furious when they like split apart. Like he's going home, you know. But like
we are taking
really?
a guided tour of the Rift. Absolute cinema here as Raven
Yeah, like
guides us.
who's that like British dude from those documentaries, the nature documentaries?
David Attenborough.
David Attenborough. You know, like I wish I could do something like that. Unfortunately, I'm not British or white, so I can't really emulate it super well.
As
But
we begin our tour around the Rift, the camera takes us through the sky, which is
you
currently
see the
dark.
Grump,
The Grump,
See-
yes.
the baby
Native
Grump,
to the Rift.
looking to go to his little perch in the blue side jungle. But it's always like, I don't know, dude. Yeah, they have a lead, but it's kind of like the same rendition of what happened last game. Like Penne Pals, they have great objective control. They're stacking up these drakes early if they're winning or not winning, and they're kind of just rolling with it. So it kind of just forces Iceborn into like a really precarious position where they have to play for a Drake. And so like I really hope like during the break that Iceborn really kind of hashed out the kinks with their objective control, because they were just always so desynced whenever they wanted to play for an objective, or just right before somebody just gets picked off randomly by like whatever pick tools that Penne Pals have. But I also forget the NBA playoffs. My glorious King LeBron won game 1 versus the Houston Rockets. So
Really?
yep, called it right there. You know, as my glorious,
I mean,
as my goat once said, you know.
their one player, their big guy was out with a pretty bad injury, right? Did he get to
Yeah,
play?
2
Is
of
he
them,
back, or-
Austin Reeves and Luca, are both out with injuries. Bare minimum, first, or at most the first round. So,
Dang.
but you know,
And
it's
then
like,
you come back from a big injury like that, and you're like unsure of how you're gonna play. Like, I feel like if I was a professional athlete, like, you know, say I tore my ACL or something like that, you know, like that's an extreme. Even if I had the surgery, even if I had all my doctors clearing me, you think, you know, you're sprinting down the court, you're running, you're putting everything you can onto your body. Wouldn't you be constantly questioning your own body? I feel like I would be a little bit like 1% scared. And when you're that, like when you're on that hyper competitive of an edge, I feel like that would affect my play. That's just personal take though.
like I'm a bozo, so like I don't play like basketball super well, but like, not like I got musty knees, so
Musty?
like I got arthritis in my. I'm 26 and I got arthritis in my knees.
Your knees are musty?
Yeah, like I need like a, you know, I need like a 14 gauge needle with like WD-40 on it. But you know, like my great king Shannon Sharp once said, OKC Thunder, a Boost Mobile bundle, WWE Royal Rumble.
Whoa, I don't know if we're allowed to say
Lakers
those
in
brand
5.
names on stream, Banana.
Lakers
You
in
better
5.
watch yourself.
I got Lakers in 5. I'm calling it. I'm bringing it to fruition. You know, you're gonna have LeBron for all. He's gonna put the last vestiges into his son. He put it to Luke Kennard. So
You think if he wins, does he retire finally? You think he takes it all?
he
and just
retires
turns
the
into
GOAT. He
sunset?
retires it. If he wins a chip this year, he retires as the GOAT.
I mean, he already is the GOAT. That's like, you know, Faker could retire right now.
Whoa,
We're
whoa, whoa,
trying to
whoa,
keep
whoa!
it a
That's
little more-
different though. That's different though. Like with Faker, people argue about who the second best of all time is.
And
That's
it's
how.
Faker.
Yeah, exactly. That's how like goated Faker is. That they argue about who the second best in the world is after him.
Yeah. I mean, 2013 to 2016 Faker is the best player of all time. And then 2022 to 2025 Faker is the second best player of all time.
Yeah, like I
It's
think
so absurd.
because like the second best player in League of Legends history, like honestly, that's a really. I think if I had to pick the second best player of all time, it has to be Ruler. I'll take Ruler.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm right there with you. Oh, let's see. Are they? No, they're. I thought it was
Jalen
like
Johnson.
Jalen Johnson.
Oh
no.
hell nah.
I think
Hey.
we hit like your special interest now. We're gonna start dumping
I'm like
some actual banana lore.
It's like I just play a lot of basketball, and like, so that's all it is, you know. It's like talking about like the GOAT conversation. Like I die on the hill that MJ's the GOAT, and we just go straight into the game here, guys.
We're back.
straight
We're back.
to
We're
the-
back. Everybody who's
So-
alt tabbed, everybody who went to look up Faker's stats, everybody who was looking
Don't
up
worry,
LeBron's
we got,
stats
like,
and NBA
all
playoff scores. We are
28
back and we
people.
are trading.
Oh yeah, already off rip, just going straight to the trades here. Rehurt is just gonna start up the grubs here, and once again we have another spectator delay. So you know it's never a League of Legends game without a spectator delay, of course. But as you can see here, Rehurt is on the grubs, but Duolingo Out is around. He does have flash, does have ult, so he could look to contest that. Rainy beating out Unkindness very heavily in the trades there, but Wukong. Dueling Out is just going to give up those grubbies, so it's like literally the same rendition of what it was last game. Rehurt gets first blood, they cross map the neutral objectives, and you know we'll see what happens because like again like I said, like we'll see if they like hashed out those details to kind of play better for those objectives, because I really think grubs are just a placebo objective.
Yeah, unless you have unless you have like a Ziggs on your team.
Yeah,
Oh,
you got like
here we
a
go
Ziggs
again.
or a split pusher, but that's gonna be the Gare gonna get dove in here, and that was a perfect dive. Like that was
That was a
picture
disgusting
perfect.
dive.
Yeah,
I don't
that
even
was
think did
so picture perfect.
Unkindness even get to use. No, he didn't even get to use courage.
No, he didn't even get to use W or ult or ignite or
Yeah, no
anything. Like
courage.
he just died. He's just dead.
That's insane.
Like that
yeah.
all out was like literally like picture perfect on the edge, like right outside tower range. Like that was actually like just legit perfect.
Now, I mean, the question is though, is you're putting Rainy ahead. Can Rainy use this gold? Because last game we had not like fully criticized him, but mentioned that he wasn't in the fights that he needed to be in. So this game, if they're putting all these resources into him, are they actually going to get use of those resources? Because you mentioned last game, Corrin, really, really good at using the gold, but couldn't be backed up by the team. Seraphine, I don't know if he revealed the gank that way. That's really playing with your face there.
Like I want to see him put more resources into bot, because like I mean your bot, like not to be a Debbie Downer, but I mean they're like a slight liability like scaling wise, but like you still kind of want them winning. Like you still don't want them
Yes.
getting completely blasted like this. It's a Lucian Melio, like they're gonna get outscaled like crazy. So Hog is going on forward there. As Rehurt finally does show himself, Cuddle Bear does have flash, does have all of his summoners, but he's just gonna be able to walk on out there. So like again, like that's the pickle of why I see he didn't go bot. Like you have no setup. Like it's so hard to get on top of an Ashe Seraphine when you have a Lucian Melio. Like that's why like I like the change what they did with Lucian, where his passive now procs instead of just heals and shields, that also procs off CC, like individual CC.
Yeah,
procs.
it decoupled
So-
him from
Yeah, just being like
basically
an
Nami
enchanter,
Braum.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, that's why I always prefer to play tanks with Lucian. I'm not really gonna play enchanters because like.
Oh,
just,
Lucian Braum is one of the best lanes in the game. Hey, actually, here, fun fact for you, Banana. I was talking about the synergy between Ashe and Seraphine as we're seeing them just poke the living bejesus out of them. The synergy in terms of picking together, Ashe Seraphine win rate actually increases more than Lucian Nami.
Oh, what? He died! No way! Oh man, dude, like
Oh, that's so rough. But
really punishing
Yeah.
the shallow recall.
we're seeing why that win rate goes up. 2.3% increase Lucian Nami, 2.5% increase Ashe Seraphine. So everybody's like, oh, you have to play Lucian Nami. It's absolutely essential. are going to see him
I-
get caught on a ward here. I don't know if I want to put that
I
ward
don't
back
think.
down, Rainy.
I
He's
don't think
taking
he.
it out.
I don't think he's. I don't think they're gonna kill him here. That
No,
that
no.
that Wukong is 2 levels down. That's a full item Cassante. So I really don't think he's about to take level 11 here. So I really don't think you can kill this
Yeah,
Cassante
you don't
anymore.
dive Cassante.
I don't think you gank him in general. Like he's full
I mean-
armor. And he's like-
Cassante, 4,700 HP.
Yeah, he's like 2
329
levels
armor,
up.
201
almost
MR,
2 levels up.
unstoppable, a shield, goes over walls, has airborne. Cooldown is only 1 second, and it costs 15 mana. This is
I
Cassante.
used to be able to speak Korean like a decent amount. I used to. I am not Korean, by the way, but I used to be able to speak a decent amount of Korean when I lived in Korea.
Annyeong. That's about all I got for you.
It's because like in Korea, like they always look at you with like, funny looks. Corrin almost getting hit with the enchanted crystal arrow. Does pop the in between worlds there. Tactical pork chop not able to get that kill. Gonna get hit with the light binding on the way out. He's gonna hit with the
baby.
kickball, and Rehurt is gonna pick up the second kill here. It's gonna be 3-1 the kill score as they try to get a pick onto Keyhole, but no abilities left. I mean, he just is able to walk on out there with a free pick, and that's gonna be Drake is not gonna be up. Or no, what was it?
Drakes are 1-1.
Iceborn
right?
already got the Drake.
Yeah.
Yeah, they already got the Drake. So
Yeah.
that's pretty good. As Rainy, just gonna pull him back there, gonna chunk him up hard. It's a 1.3k gold. I mean, he's down almost 30 CS. He has a full armor item. Like Garen is literally like in purgatory. He has Zerker Greaves and 2 long swords compared to Cassante's full Iceborn. Like that's rough.
Yeah, and like I mentioned to you before, there's nothing a Garen can do without some kind of like armor pen or way to get through everything that Cassante is going to build up. And you know, the other thing too is that Garen kit-wise is sort of bound to Stridebreaker, which doesn't really do anything to Cassante in particular. So, you know, you're already behind, your tower's about ready to get annihilated, you're getting proxied on, and you're getting dove basically on repeat, and you are kit bound to an item that is not going to help you in this matchup. I think they did really well, Rehurt and Rainy together, you know, recognizing it was a counter and just not letting it happen, because like I mentioned to you, Banana, that the Garen will kind of like lose that advantage later on. It's a lane counter. And if you don't keep Cassante out of those team fights, I mean, let's be honest, 3 items, who do you want in a team fight on your team? Cassante or Garen? You're 5v5 team fighting. Nobody in their right mind is saying Cassante, or Garen, excuse
Look at
me.
this trade here. Is Rainy gonna put him into all out there? Just barely. Did that W even hit? I couldn't really tell. But the
No.
knockback coming through, the autos coming out, and that's gonna be Rainy picking up a solo kill there, and Kind is gonna go down 0-3-0.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, Garen is a ball of stats, and you don't have your ball of stats.
Yeah, he's
Like-
just a ball without the
Oh!
stats. And that's gonna be a point blank enchanted crystal air there. Flash forward with the Cyclone Keyhole, gonna flash away there. Flash forward with the volley, and Duolingo Owl gonna pick up that kill there. So 2 flashes committed onto the Lucian pretty much for first tower gold. So they are going
mean-
to knock down that, or second tower gold actually.
Yeah, so top lane, obviously, Rainy got that first tower there. I want to talk about that for a second, because in some situations where you counter this hard in lane, it can actually offer you a
Oh.
reprieve.
Hold
Oh,
that
they're
thought
going for it.
here. That's Corrin gonna put out the E there. Duolingo Owl juking him out. With the claw, but he's gonna get caught with the light binding right on the end there. And Corrin gonna pick up that kill. The double TP bot lane to look for the play. Herald's already spawned there. When Become Lightning does stick onto Memer Sticks. He's gonna get knocked up. That's gonna be the Crescent Guard to do a little more damage. And Rehurt popping off that dive 2-0 with the double teleports used bot lane.
I mean, great macro spawn out of Iceborn. You know, they just pop back at base, and everybody healed up, everybody spent, and then everybody went. I love to see that out of them. And we're gonna hit another pause.
Honestly, like I'm gonna be real with you. Hot take. I don't think that was a great play.
do you think they committed too much to get those kills?
Yeah, they committed too much. They're fighting over air. Drake doesn't spawn for another minute 20. So now you're down Crescent Guard, you're down 2 teleports. Yeah, I mean, Duolingo Owl and Cuddle Bear both committed their teleports. Memer Sticks also committed all their sums. So you're blowing all of these crucial cooldowns right before Drake spawns. Is like, you're just fighting over air at this point, you know? So like, you have to kind of wonder to yourself, like, is it really worth it? Like, you have these immobile carries without their flashes and ultimates and whatnot.
Yeah, we're getting told the ADC's struggling with ping again. They asked for 5 minutes, which I think is about all that they have left on their pause timer.
I think they've used like the entire pause timer.
Yeah, according to
So I
like
think
the
it's
league rules, and they said if it happens again, we'll just 4v5. So, I mean, they did win the fight. So even with the ADC having that high of ping, I'd say fine for them. They were actually. It looks like we're getting back in the game pretty quickly this time. But I do agree with you there. And one thing I will say is we hit the little spectator delay hiccup there. It did let Unkindness collect a couple waves top lane. He's only down 2 levels now instead of 3. And this mercifully was like the largest amount of farm and actually XP he's been able to get in a hot minute now. He is only down 25 CS, which, being 0-3-0, only being down 25 CS in 15 minutes is kind of an accomplishment. So like you said, they committed a ton to that play.
Hold that thought. Yep, Cord, you're dead, buddy. He does have flash. Been between worlds is used. And dodges on all the abilities there. The vision going down on the Corin. And he just lives. Gonna get the slow at the time. Board shot flash away from the wind becomes lightning. And I stand corrected there. I am sorry for my transgression.
Yeah, no, it's you don't think about Lux being able to have a good escapability there, but if the abilities that need to hit to keep her locked down don't hit, she's just gonna walk away, and her team was there to back her up very quickly.
Yeah, mate. Iceborn, they're doing a great job this game. Kind of spreading the wealth as Corin is going to get Enchanted Crystal arrowed under the tower. Cuddle Bear chunked to about half HP there with 1 E from the lugs. So that's going to stop that play. And that's another crucial cooldown right before the Drake spawns.
Yeah, which, speak of, is coming up here in 15 seconds. We
That's
are
Rainy.
going to see
He's
an
going to
ocean
get
pull
aggressed
this.
upon here. As going to pull Duolingo out of the blast cone there. Flash on top of him. But he's just going to flash over the wall. I don't think Technical Pork Chop has enough damage. As here comes Key Hall to help support him up. And he's going to get silenced up there with the Decisive Strike. Reheart trying to do as much as he can to save his ADC. And the Demacian Justice comes down and won't do enough. Unthinkable or Unkindness is going to get taken down there. Duolingo Owl. Oh, you beast. You beautiful beast. Jukes him out with the clone. Man, that's going to be the Herald started up by Iceborn.
Onto a Garen, or not onto a Cassante. You cannot... The character literally thrives off of you committing onto him. You guys had a pretty clear line straight to the Drake, and it's like... We're talking about an almost 5,000 gold lead now on the side of Iceborn, and a lot of it feels self-imposed by the Penne pals. Like they're taking, like, you can't full commit on a Cassante. Don't make me read the copy pasta again. Showmaker's watching from Korea right now as Duolingo out. Is going to get engaged on.
Yeah, he's dead. There's nothing to really say. He's just dead. Duolingo out going to get taken down there. There's going to be an encore onto 2, but the Breath of Life comes in the nick of time. That's going to be a big shutdown going over to Unkindness. He doesn't have the Demacian Justice, but he's just going to auto him down there. Has a full stride breaker. It's going to be a 2-for-1 here. Team fight in favor of the Penne pals. They're looking to start up this Drake. Rainy is here. He's going to get slowed up as the Combat Herald gets dropped up in the bot lane there. As Reheart coming in through with the Herald here. He's going to get about a swing. 2 knockups. He's in the backline going straight onto the Seraphine. And that's going to be an immediate kill going over. Crescent Guard pushing the Garen over the wall. And double kill going over to Reheart. As Technical Pork Chop is going to get taken out there. Reheart picking up a triple kill. He has a, what? That's a 92% KP. And, we were talking about it the first game. He heard us talking, and now he's just really
He's on a much
up.
better pick for how he plays the game, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
They hopped back in the Herald and just went for the sort of
where's he going?
hurt knockup.
Yeah, you go for the Combat Herald,
So amazing use of that Herald by Reheart there, showing why he is the MVP of the highest Elo league that we do run here in Cinder. However, again, I just got done saying you cannot commit like that onto a Cassante of anybody on the team.
Oh,
goodness. Good night.
That's a lot of heals. Oh, he does pop
used
the
heal.
heal. Yeah, he popped the heal, so. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Lux. That's all she needs to do. All you need to do is QER. That's it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You one-shot anybody that's not named Wukong or Garen.
I feel like they've just been almost like baited into, I don't want to call it a loss, but a heavy disadvantage in this game just by repeatedly full committing onto a champion that wants you to full commit. I mean, I think that people look at Cassante and don't realize how deceptively hard he is to kill, because like you don't think about it when he's going all out here. I don't think you want to stop his back there, bro.
It was a bait. It was a bait.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think you want to stop that. But
You missed a Q3.
I mean, Cassante he'll start kicking everybody's butt. He thrives in fighting in AoE. He'll take somebody halfway across the map. He'll throw you over walls. And it's exactly what he wants, and they're just kind of like playing into his game plan. I feel like you have to treat a Cassante the same way you treat is like an Ornn that's like a whole item ahead. You're just not really 1v1ing him or pulling your whole team's cooldowns into him, because that's exactly what he wants.
I mean, Unkindness, he's going for the PD second, so you know, if you thought Cassante wasn't dying before, he's definitely not dying now. Because I think the Garen he only does like 20% armor shred. It's 25%. So
yeah, no, you absolutely
that's not enough.
need Black Cleaver, especially if you're going Conqueror.
Yeah, this Garen the Cassante is like full armor. Like he's dying to the Xin Zhao. But there goes the Enchanted Crystal Garen going out there. Keyhole flashing over the wall. He's going to get aggressed upon by 4 members of the Penne Pals, as the Encore only going onto 1 member on Rehurt, as Cuddle Bear has no mana. Rehurt gonna pop, flashing over the wall there, knocking up Cuddle Bear once again, as the final spark comes through, knocking down the Garen here, as he's gonna go all out onto Tactical Pork Chop there, flashing over the Baron Pit wall, as he's starting to run away into the wrong side of the map here. They're gonna see if they can try to catch him, but everybody besides Rainy is giving up on that. As Duolingo Owl does get another spike steal on his own camp once again here. As another juke.
I'm invested.
Rainy, that's gonna be the Hextech Proto Belt there. And yep, Rehurt's there. He's going to stop that immediately.
Banana. It was so honorable.
Like a game like this, like it's just a completely different game from last game. Like last game, it was close. This game, it's not even close, like at all. It's just complete domination, like purely for Rainy and Rehurt. You know, Rehurt really put all those, all that money into the right person. So you're gonna start with that Baron, and this will pretty much go without any contest here. Pink's coming through. Dueling Owl is just gonna start clearing up the enemy camps. Final Spark is gonna come through to kind of help secure that a little faster. So it's gonna be 3 minutes with the purple worm buff there, about a 4.5k gold lead for Iceborn here, and this is their first kind of like decisive gold lead they've had all series so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the only way that we would have to sort of get through this front line, you're talking about like the Ashe and the Garen. Ashe is also nothing wrong with Ashe's build, but you know, she's Hex Optics and PD. She's got no like % health damage. She's got no real way to get through.
She's a little broke.
Yeah, she's got no real way to get through like the Cassante, who can just kind of stand there and slap you with his wallet. You know, Xin Zhao also pretty tanky right now. I mean, we're looking at the Xin Zhao with 2992 health, so functionally 3000 health on a legendary jungler here. Ashe isn't really going to hurt him either.
And Risco Arrow comes out right on top of the Melio. Oh, that's a Lux. As no damage on that combo we were talking about there. Flashed into the back line with the cycle. They're going to pick up the Melio already. Duolingo out going to go on a killing spree there. Rainy finally joining up the rest of his team, as no members from the side of Penne Pals have fallen down yet. They're going to get the knockback onto Memer Sticks there. The final flash coming out. And it's going to be a lot of damage on the Memer Sticks there. Almost getting one shot there. It's final Spork, not final Flash. This is not Dragon Ball, so I had to correct myself there, unfortunately. But overall, that was a pretty good team fight for Penne Pals, despite the deficit and everything.
I mean, it was, but at the same time, like, Rainy
no!
Good night.
Cuddle Bear, he's going to get taken out. But Unkindness is trying to do as much as he can. Demacia and Justice will not take out Corrin. And Rehurt going to go legendary. 10, 0, and 5. He is making damn sure that we know who the MVP is.
Yeah, I mean, again, as long as they keep drafting him things that actually have agency, I don't really know how Penne Pals can contest things like when Rehurt is playing, and Duolingo Owl is way early to this Drake here.
Hey, on the subject of contesting.
Yeah, there's just...
Yeah, he tried for it, but...
I get what he was going for, and I like the effort, but you got to save like a way out or something like that. Corrin now just casually using ult for wave. Why not?
Because what? It has a malignant. So what? That ult is 34.5 seconds. Like Rainy takes no damage. He does take no damage. And then Corrin, he just does so much damage. It's just nothing but damage.
We were talking earlier. We were both like, oh yeah, like Penne Pals won this draft. This isn't even close. They have an easy to execute press R comp. They have an easy counter lane in the top. But the problem with those things in drafts, and I stress this even when drafting for my own team, it doesn't matter if the other team won draft. You still have to play the game. And we're seeing that directly happen right now. If you could have a draft where you're countered in every single lane, have 3 winning lanes, and you could have like Silas versus Malphite levels of counter everywhere. But if you don't play the game, you don't win the game. And they're not able to really play right now because of how far behind they were, as we are seeing them sit on a soul point. And that would be a 3 ocean soul against this massively beefed out, I don't even know what else to call it, just a Chungus. I think he is the actual
Chud.
big Chungus.
Or Chud. Could be Chud too.
He's a
But,
Chud.
I mean, they also have.
Kasante's a pretty cool. I don't think he's a cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. That's mean. Kasante's a nice guy.
Wait. That's what it stands for?
Yeah, cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. It's like basically saying like someone that lives in their mother's basement. Oh no!
Oh, yep, he's dead. Gets
Oh,
interrupted there with the pullback, but use it in between worlds. You barely get the. Oh my god! Oh, it's so rough. Brady doesn't even care. He's just gonna keep dashing on forward. They're gonna try to collapse right on top of him, but does still have that all out. Gonna get interrupted on the dash there, but all the CC getting poured on top of him. He's still taking no damage. Like none. Like, he's so tanky. Like you can't do nothing to it. Like what do you do against that?
What do we say about this champion? Can we just call Showmaker?
Let me actually look up. Let me look up the pasta and let me actually just say this word for word. Like,
I did. I read it earlier.
No, you got to do it in Korean, dude. You got to do it in Korean. That's the OG.
Korean.
Let me look it up.
I don't think Kasante is okay. If anybody remembers, like when Gwen launched and she had like a 14-second on her mist, and everybody's just like, Gwen is immune. Something's wrong with Kasante. Rainy, you're doing great, bro. Not your fault. But holy,
it's just like,
holy.
There's so many nerfs to Kasante to make him like suckier, but like he's still just like Thanos, you know? Like you get the one item, you get the Infinity Gauntlet, you get the Iceborn Gauntlet, and that's it. You're good. That's all you need, and then you blast everybody.
His only kit weakness is that if he doesn't bounce you backwards, you can just kind of disengage from him. But the Iceborn Gauntlet sort of completely negates that weakness.
It's not even like that. It's just
no.
He's so tanky, but he does so much damage. Like Kasante damn near has 0 weaknesses. The only thing you can do is just outrange the Kasante and kite him. That's literally all you can do. As Rehurt is gonna get collapsed upon here, does get the ignite dropped on top of his head as he's going to get taken lower. Oh my god! That was actually such a big brain play. He flashed outside the Crescent Guard when the Demacia Justice hit.
Yep.
As the encore comes through, it's gonna whiff on nobody. Duolingo Owls on the backside getting a knockup on the 2 members of Iceborn there, but it won't do anything. There's no follow-up. Rainy still taking up the tower. Rehurt dashing on forward once again here as the big main carry of Rainy and Rehurt just constantly going forward. So much sustain. The wind becomes lightning does hit. Does have that third hit with the third talent strike. And Rehurt gonna go legendary 12, 0, and 6. As they're going to look to push to end the game.
In only 28 minutes, 24-7 on the kills, 11k gold lead here as Rainy's going to lead this charge into the base and just knock it down, absolutely dominating the Nexus. Kasante tried to take the Nexus to Brazil. He couldn't do that.
He's going to take Garen to Brazil there. Is Rehurt going to go legendary once again? 19 KP out of 25.
We're just sitting there like the one part of the game where we're just both laughing at like what Kasante can do.
Let me just whip up the calculator real quick.
MVP of the game, obviously Rehurt. I know we were memeing on Kasante, but like Rehurt was a singular 5k gold gap. Kasante was only a 2k gold gap.
82% KP. Perfect game, 13-0-6. Most damage, like it's not even a question. Like a game like this is just they definitely picked up kind of like where they left off in game 1 is like they fixed up their objective control, and they're just super proactive playing around their strong lanes. You know, they realize like, oh man, Lucian's gonna fall off like crazy. You know, he's gonna become kind of useless. So they were like, you know what, we're just gonna go top, and we're just gonna break this break the counter matchup, and they absolutely did, and they punched it very well. Unkindness like just couldn't do anything all game.
Yeah, I mean,
So
absolute complete domination from Rehurt and Rainey there together. If you could give the MVP to a duo, you would. But Rehurt just absolutely dominated that game. Like, Keelhaul was completely countered in the bot lane, even died early. It just story of the game was just absolutely just Rehurt just controlling the entire map. And I, they got to find something, either keep him off of specific picks or find something to shut him down in this next game if they want to go up 2-1. We're tied up 1-1. We're at least getting 4. So we're not getting a sweep in the grand finals. Love to see that. So we'll have to see what comes up next, Banana.
yeah, I mean, with the series even up at 1-1 apiece, now this series is going to become a best of 3. We're gonna see who picks up the victory in this next game here between Iceborn Suresh Stands and High Alert Penne Pals. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're in Game 3 of the Ember League Grand Finals here between Iceborn Suresh Stands and Hyler Penne Pals. Hyler Penne Pals will, once again, they are going to stay on the same side. So no changes for Game 3 here. And just a quick little recap of last game. Rehurt just had an absolute crazy game there. He went like, what, 12-0-7? And obviously earned himself a player of the match as we jump straight into the draft there. So we're going to see if Rehurt can pop himself up another MVP performance or if Hyler Penne Pals can edge them out in this Game 3.
I mean, if they don't find an answer for how dominant Rehurt was in that last game, they're gonna have to keep him off something. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more jungle bans coming out of the Penne Pals here. That last game was a clinic. So, they're still gonna keep the Mbessa away. Don't blame them there. Mbessa can be flexed. Mbessa is a very high agency champion that can just annihilate your back line. J4 being kept out of the hands of Penne Pal's jungler again. Don't think they're going to change it. I think the first 3 bans are pretty much on lock. I look to see, probably the Orianna. Yep, there it is, Orianna ban again. They know exactly what they do not want to see from these teams. And so far, it's like their top picks. They're just like, you know what? No comfort for you guys. We're going to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, I mean, with both teams just constantly staying on the same side, I really don't see any deviation from bans. So it's gonna be just an automatic first pick Rumble here. Like with Rumble, the only thing you'll ever know is that there's gonna be a lot of lockdown picked up with this. So you might expect something like a Vi pick or something like a Rel Nautilus, or not Nautilus, but a Rel Leona, stuff like that. So you're gonna expect to see a lot of lockdown with a Rumble pick. And off rip, I mean, there's very few things that counter it. The only thing you can kind of really do with it is just kind of accept your fate. So like Ornn is like one of the big counters and it's gonna get picked up right there. And then something from there, kind of can just go whatever you want. A game like this, since the mid lane pool is kind of getting pinched out, mid support ADC pool is getting pinched out, I'd expect one of those 3 would be picked up R2 here, but it'd probably be something like mid lane or ADC, most likely.
Yep. I mean, there you go. The Syndra, which was banned away twice before, is now being locked in before you can get rid of it. That's pretty common in Fearless. Like, it used to almost be like a gentleman's handshake that you pick your solo laners in the second half of the draft. And now it's like, as these pools get pinched and people adapt to like the bans based on what's being picked and what's still available, you're seeing a lot more solo laners now actually being picked earlier in the draft. So I don't blame them. I think that's actually a pretty good pickup. I like them. Syndra is a great meta mid laner right now. Trundle, it's like you said, one of the combos, you can put a Trundle pillar in front of the equalizer and just kind of keep people in it. So you said about a lot of lockdown. Trundle is not a hard lockdown champion, but he does have ways to maximize the use of the equalizer. See what they pair with it here. Like you said, I would like to see something here that can take advantage of that Rumble pick. I was gonna maybe cheekily say like Rumble is a flex, but obviously it's not. And Victor in the mid lane, yes. So you got an equalizer on your head, Banana. Trundle puts a pillar at the north end, and Victor puts a gravity well at the south end. Where are you headed?
Well, you go east or west. East,
you're getting
east, whatever.
barbecued.
So yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, the Vi pickup. I mean, it's overall. I mean, it's just Vi is just a good champion, so you're just gonna take that one away. There isn't really too many great junglers because like the one big counter to Trundle is like something like the Jax, so that's already gone in game 1. So off rip for bans. I mean, it's just gonna be a lot of bot lane focus here. I expect it just to be like full support bans mostly from both sides, but we'll see. Ice already off rip is going to be that Braum ban here. So that kind of indicates that Hyler Penne Pals, they kind of want to look for aggressive bot lane here, just something to just an engage support in general. As you're going to see Iceborn going for the ADC route instead here. So they're going to pinch that ADC pool here because at this point, I think the only thing left that's like good is against them is like probably something like Caitlyn's pretty decent because it's pretty mobile. You just want something mobile into Rumble. So like Caitlyn's up. What else is there? Not Draven. I forgot something else. It's like something mobile.
I mean, you could always think about like an Ezreal or something like that.
It got
Never mind,
banned.
It's banned.
Yeah. Oh, Zeri. Yeah. Yeah. Like
Kaisa also taken off
Caitlyn,
the.
Zeri,
Oof,
Kaisa.
they know
Yeah,
what they're
they got
doing
banned.
here. Yeah,
Yeah. So they're just banning out like all these mobile ADCs. Actually, Zaya wouldn't be too bad.
Aya's
It's like,
not bad, and remember
but it's just like
Lucian's already
it's
taken
just
out.
rough.
So
It's a rough blind. That's the only thing.
I,
But
I
it's
don't
gonna be a
know about
Jinx
the.
pickup.
I, I guess they're relying on Jinx to get excited for mobility. Very
Well,
early, get excited on the Jinx, I guess.
I mean, they do have a lot of lockdown and burst, so they
Yeah,
in theory could, but
I will
I
say,
don't know.
aside from Jinx's sustain so far, they are very much a one rotation team. Ornn dumps his kit, Cinder dumps her kit, Vi dumps her kit, and they're kind of like Pantheon was in the first game. They're not high agency, like sustainable long term team fight champions. Obviously, Jinxes and most ADCs are, to be fair. Varus kind of love it. I'm not gonna lie. I actually really am a big fan of the Varus pickup here. You know, the blighted arrow, the cursed quiver, everything that you can do. The ultimate will lock down with the rumble and Leona. Oh my goodness. This is nasty, Banana. This is gross. What they just put together. They were cooking and the lab blew up.
Yeah, I mean, this just Jinx is gonna have a terrible time.
Oh yeah, gee, this Jinx is. I don't even think I need to see like who wins here just to tell you. Like even if Penne Pals wins, Jinx is still having a bad time.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's just so much like lockdown. Yeah, they're all skill. Most of them are skill shots, but like still, like I don't know. Jinx without an enchanter is like really weird. I think it's like you just need something to kind of buff them up a little bit so they can start going crazy. So I don't know. Without having an enchanter going with the Alistair, yeah, you have like some pseudo engage and like CC and whatnot, but I don't know. Alistair is kind of a weird pick here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I don't. I want to play devil's advocate here for just a second as we're going to get onto the rift. Jinx's third highest win rate combo is Alistair. Looking at E plus with good sample size, and I even went back a patch to make sure we're getting like good info because I know we're on a fairly new patch. 55% win rate with Alistair, only beat by Nico and Soraka. And it stays consistent over the course of a whole patch. So the only thing I think of is the tech of knocking someone back and then making them run over traps, which, you know, is pretty devastating.
Yeah, it's his Alistair is a multifaceted champ. Like you can engage, you can peel, like that's why I really like Alistair. And you have like Alistair is like one of the few tanks that's like able to sustain. Or he's the only tank that's able to sustain champions. So like,
Yeah.
you know, with the heal. So like it's pretty good. As some very aggressive trading here. Heal and cleanse used already. As that lethal tempo gets stacked up there, putting down the rockets down range. So it's gonna be that's 2 summoners used already by the side of Penne Pals.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch your positioning early in the game. It's crucial. It's critical to watch where you stand. And, you know, Victor, big lane bully at level 2, and really taking advantage of that is Corrin here. It's really hard to play an early lane into Victor level 1, 2, and 3. He has one of the best bully kits in the game. I just learned that the other day. I was trying to solo queue it up as Silas, thinking I was slick. Not fun, Banana. Not fun to play into a good Victor at all early in the game.
Yeah, because like the biggest thing with your trade pattern is you want to use your death laser, but not on the wave. You want to like angle it where you can like collect a minion, and like literally right there you saw like he collects the minion, doesn't hit the rest of the wave, and pokes at the same time. So it basically you have like full wave control, but you're also like CSing and like poking at the same time. So like it's very rare that you see that often, you know, like people just kind of pump it in the wave and they're like, oh yeah, let me just push this wave, and then they mess up the wave and the jungler ganks, and then, you know, it's kind of cooked from there.
It is.
But overall,
one thing I can say, the one bright spot, and I actually had a friend help me out through this lane, is he's like, make it so that Victor cannot hit you with his laser without hitting the wave so that he can't freeze. And I was like, you know what, when you frame it like that for me, that actually makes sense. And it did help me a lot in the lane. And you're seeing here the Ornn and Rumble. It's one of the only, oh goodness, one of the only junglers that, or top laners that can really take good trades. Ah, first blood. I'm so sorry.
again,
Duolingo there.
Oh, Duolingo. He broke the first
Flashing
blood
right
streak
over,
of Rehurt. So Well, unfortunately, we didn't get to see the rest of that, but he does get
Flashed
that
right over with the
kill
Vault
there.
Breaker and just, denting blows, just boom. Just a quick 1-2 punch. Taking advantage of Corrin there, thinking that Porkchop was really low, thinking, I got this lane in the bag. And they said, you know what, just put the first blood in the bag, Chief. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, very nice first blood there. Does have to expend that teleport to get back to lane. So overall, nice little kill there. You're gonna get the start up that tunneler, start going towards that sundered sky here. So it's a little CS lead for Rehurt. And top lane, I mean, it's pretty much dead even. So it's a little bit of a roughie. Because what? Checking the gold. Yeah, Rainy's only up like 130 gold. So it's like nothing crazy. Even with the first strike and all that. And no MR being built. Oh no, yeah, it does have MR. So you're gonna lose out that trade there. So, but overall, I mean, it's a little bit of a gold lead because of that first blood, but it's not as much as you would think, just
Yeah.
because it's kind of offset by the jungle lead and the mid CS deficit and all that.
And also, just to quickly touch on, why pick Ornn into Rumble. The Ornn ultimate can be kind of used to disengage. You're seeing some really good trades here as well. And Rumble is a ranged champion, but a lot of what he needs to do is a short range to get in on you to do so. Ornn really excels, in that sort of mid-range counter sort of way. And every time Rumble comes into sort of flamethrower, Ornn can often get a brittle proc. Because, he's flamethrowing you, you're bellows breathing him, you just proc the brittle, and you're just basically essentially trading even. So instead of allowing the Rumble to kind of bully you like a lot of champs do, oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's tactical Porkchop had to use that ghost there. Didn't use that flash, so very nice flash discipline there from both sides. But it's gonna be first Drake started up once again by the Penne pals, so they're gonna pick up that Cloud Drake here, which is very nice to have when you're coming back from lane. But gold lead is still pretty much just offset by that first blood early. So next Drake up is going to be an Ocean Drake. So Infernal, Chemtech, or Hextech Soul is on the cards here for both these teams.
Yeah, I think a question worth asking here, Banana, as we do see him pathing around, let's go ahead and check the farm here. Rehurt leading by a camp, but my question is, where's your MVP? Where's Rehurt? He's not on the map like he was before. He's not causing this dominance. Is the idea I'm going to farm till 6 and then dominate the game from there? Because right now we're seeing him, he's beating down the crab. Why not? Which is great. I mean, you love to see him getting some farm and everything here, but where is he going to go for that first gank? Trundle is not a great ganker, but a good pillar can really get you on there, and then you use Frozen Domain to catch up. You can, at very least, force a flash. Trundle isn't necessarily the greatest at securing early kills, because, if you ever get out of his range, there's not much he can do until he has his ultimate. But, I would expect at least something by now, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has great setup in all 3 lanes. So, it's kind of surprising that he's kind of just opting to kind of slow down a bit. It's only 1 kill in like first 7 minutes, just as we say that top lane is going to be a cease and desist right on top of Rumble's dome. He's going to pop down that equalizer now, flash over it as the Ornn goes in. He's going to get munched down, and that's going to be the first kill there, going over to Rehurt once again.
We found Rehurt.
Yeah, I mean, Rehurt, he's always on it.
The
bot lane, gonna be some kills as Chain of Corruption on top of the Alistar here, and he gets completely popped by the Blighted Quiver, as Cuddlebear can do nothing but watch as his support dies, as Super Mega Death Rocker goes completely wide.
Blighted Quiver proc was disgusting, Banana. That was deviant. I feel like we needed to blur that out or something. Like, you can't show that on
3 stacks. Plus the actual the active proc. Ugh.
Yeah.
Gives me the shivers. Now mid lane, it's gonna be more aggressive trading there. Corrin gonna spot Duolingo Owl, charging up that Vault Breaker there. So it is a 2 camp lead for Rehurt. So he's kind of just chilling out, just clearing out the jungle there, trying to build up that. Technical Porkchop walked into that Death Ray part 2 there. He didn't, kind of forgot about that part 2. Corrin misses out on the cannon, but bot lane here, it's going to be a bit of a gank here. As Cuddlebear does have that flash, does have that cleanse, but It's gonna be stuns onto Memer Sticks there. Does have that ultimate, but no damage follow up means no kill. So that means Cuddle Bear and Memer Sticks live to fight another day here. But now it's a roughly a 1k gold lead for Iceborn. Next Drake is going to spawn in about 2 minutes here. And surprisingly has, I don't know why, this game just feels like it's going really, really slow.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, we're gonna start to see some items come online here, but it was looking good pretty early for them here. And now even Rainey's like taking an advantageous trade with that overheat on the unkindness on the Ornn there. Gold lead's starting to pop up 1.3k here at 9 minutes. You know, anything over 1,000 before 10 minutes is not a significant lead, but you know, it's something worth mentioning. As you know, people consider Rumble full build there with the haunting guys. Ornn obviously opting into the full Spectre's Cal. You almost have to against the Rumble. But, I mean, look at the mid lane, too. The 20 farm lead for Corrin. Corrin has been farming like a monster this series. Like, the whole way, even in the game where they lost, they've just been farming like crazy. As Syndra's poking out, it's just not doing that much damage yet. Syndra really needs those splinters to come online. And Victor, as a lane bully, is very good at denying those splinters we're seeing here quickly. As we are going to see Rehurt pick up the grubs.
Oh, that's a flash forward for the dive as a chain of corruption on top of the Alistair, but the flash under the tower. Okay, that's going to be a chain of corruption onto the Alistair, but that's going to be the Vine taking the tower as the kill's going over there. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade on the ADC's Memer Sticks, going to give that kill over to the Leona. So it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in that bot lane, but Cuddle Bear does fortunately get a kill there as mid lane Technical Pork Chop forced to use the ghost once again there to get out the Chaos Storm.
But Anna, you don't have to force that dive, bro. Not you, but you're the only person I have to commiserate with here.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
just like
you don't have to keep forcing it. Like, yeah, you get the kill, but you're giving them more. Like, you know, you don't have to full commit to every single play, and it sort of feels like a desperation here. And that gold lead now is up to like 1,500. Yeah, you pick up a kill, but you're giving them more. This Duolingo is going to be looking mid lane here, but Victor does have the ward to stop that. So, still going? No. Vault Breaker uses a fake out there as Memer Sticks is going to be clearing out this ward. Oof. I mean,
yeah, it's just like it's because Memer he walked out of tower range when he popped his ult, so he wasn't taking tower aggro. And Duolingo was still in tower range because he flashed into the tower range with the cease and desist. So mid lane, it's going to be a gank onto the Victor here. He does get CC'd up. The Unleash Power won't be enough as the Gravity Storm, well, does enough. The Comet comes through with a flashing wave for the minion auto, and the Equalizer will pick up that kill as Unkindness. He will be another double kill going over to Rainy, and that's the perfect little engage there from the side of Iceborn.
Wow, Iceborn just really just putting the cherry on top of that little play there, forcing so much out of Syndra and still getting the kill right on the tip of the Equalizer. Rainy just really showing a dominant performance this game so far. Already 2-0-1, already has the biggest bounty on them in the game, and now is also opening up a 20 CS lead. I mean, and you know, they're grabbing some plates there. They just got one in the top lane. And a Rumble with gold is scary. You know, when one tick of the Equalizer is burning like 10-20% of your health, Rumble's scary.
I mean, he's up 1,500 gold on the Ornn. The first strike has accrued himself about 181 gold. So, not the craziest thing in the world, but I mean, he's up a good bit of money.
Yeah, that's a pretty healthy chunk. I mean, even looking at the bot lane, even though Jinx has a farm lead.
Oh, that's going to be the Zenith Blade on top of Duolingo Owl there. The Chain of Corruption going to go completely wide. Solar Flare not going to stun him up. Only going to go on the edge as using the Vault Breaker to try to get out of dodge there. Season Assist using the gap close, but Keyhall going to pick up that one with the E. So now it's going to be Rainy going back top lane. The gold lead's going to go up to about 3k there. Rainy just pumping out all the damage. You're going to get a full first strike proc with that.
Oh my goodness.
With the Flame Spitter. So
like 25% of Ornn's health in just one Flame Spitter is just diabolical. My lord. Oh no, Pork Chop.
Yeah, because he's
Pork Chop.
Yeah, Pork Chop. He's gonna get taken down here. Doesn't have flash. Doesn't have ghost. He's actually outrunning the Chaos Storm surprisingly, but the last hit with the laser will be enough. But yeah, dude, like usually with Ornn, your first item, especially against double AP being the Victor and the Rumble, and especially kind of Trundle because the Trundle ult mostly does AP damage.
Uh-huh.
You would go Canic Rookern. It's a little better. You don't really need the Hollow Radiance just because you already have a lot of wave clear innately.
You're right, but I really do feel like, and this is, I guess, a hot take. I have a coach that helps me out in the game. Obviously, I'm not as high elo as these players are, but I do think a lot of people just build on autopilot, Banana. I think that they don't think about the game state. They think about like what's comfortable or familiar to them. And this is something that's been brought up time and time again, even by like professional analysts like LS, is like how pro players at the highest echelons of gameplay will also autopilot their build.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's
Nice little stun onto Corrin.
There was a big one
next...
a couple years ago about the anti-healing orb, where every single mid laner in every single pro game was building, and it was reducing like 200 healing a game. Yet it was considered like mandatory to have it. And Hollow Radiance really is that item right now. Pretty much everybody's building it. You know, it's engage.
Oh, that's a nice little engage onto Key Hall there. That's going to be a two-man solar flare. With the Chain of Corruption onto the Jinx, going to immediately get cleansed. And a big shutdown going over to Cuddle Bear. As a cease and desist onto the Leona. She's going to get pinned down, knocked up, and she's going to get reset once again. A shutdown going over to the Duolingo. As Rainy does still have that equalizer, so he can pop that up anytime he wants. But they're going to start sieging up into that mid lane as much as they can here. Herald spawning. Bear is about to spawn here. So
worth noting,
Pork
Chop got solo killed again in the bot lane. So Corrin is just down there just absolutely farming. Yeah. Was just a quick little like couple combo tap on Pork Chop. So I'd like to point out here, Banana, Corrin has a 3-level lead on Pork Chop. That is absurd. That is heinous. To have
he's on track to get Flame Horizon here.
Yeah. I mean, Flame Horizon in a Masters game is just, like, again, heinous. So objective bounties are being flirted with right now. So, you know, they did claim 690 gold split for the team. That does kind of bring them back into this a little bit. They're down 3K at 15 minutes. That is a significant gold lead. It looked like he wanted something there. We're going to see low mana from Cuddle Bear in the mid lane, too. So Cuddle Bear's definitely going to have to go back here soon.
Yeah, Cuddle Bear, he has a lot of money, and he's
and then Drake is up in 45 seconds, so like, yeah, the reset's coming out, but it might be a little late. I don't know if I love this the reset timing here.
Yeah, I mean the setup is a little scuffed, but they're fairly strong, so they kind of can't afford it. But right when I say that, as that's a nice little combo under the tower, no cleanse means he will go down, but the flash away from the solar flare in the Chaos Storm will be just enough. Cuddle Bear is still gonna have to reset here, gonna be a little bit late, but he will be back on time right when the Drake spawns. So that's gonna be a knockback. Memer 6, I don't think you wanted to do that, buddy. You don't want to have to blow your ult just yet. As gonna get chunked up one more time there, as Reher almost getting knocked up under the tower. So lots of recalls coming out there, unfortunately. As Duolingo channels that Herald here, he's gonna Vault Breaker back on out. Corrin on the side flank with the Death Laser, so gotta be really careful there. Cuddle Bear once again taking a lot of unnecessary damage, as Corrin is on that side doing so much. As a Call of the Forge God, it was only gonna knock up one there, using the Combat Herald, the season assist, the CC, the knockup on the Key Hall, as the Equalizer gets called into the backline. So many low health bars on the backside of Penne Pals, as the rest of the Penne Pals frontline are going on forward there, as Vi will get taken out there as a big 3-man knockup. Rainy gonna claim himself a double kill. It's gonna be a 3 for 2, but a jungler up means a dragon taken.
Banana, they sent Varus to the moon. The camera work was goated there. Varus like actually popped up like to the very top of my monitor, and like his head and his bow were sticking up off the top, and he's just like, well, guess this is how I die. However, the fight in commanding fashion, taken by Iceborn, who has just been looking so good, and extend that gold lead back to the full 3,000 in a second. Drake taken, 3 grubs, a tower. Everything is coming up Iceborn right now. This mid game, how they play it, is going to be crucial. Absolutely crucial here, because it's not like Iceborn doesn't scale. Trundle scales to the point where he's hitting taking towers down in 2 hits. Rumble's one of the best scaling AP champions in the game. You get to the point where the equalizer's on like a 12-second cooldown. Victor's Chaos Storm will cover half the screen. You know, Keyhall will scale to the point where he's shooting out like 2,000 damage arrows, and Leona's fine. You know, she's just harder to kill. Oh no! Oh, Pork Chop!
Pork chop.
Pork Chop!
He's getting ran down here. Rainy gonna get a full charge, and once
Full
again,
charge!
0, 6, and 3. He's on his side of the map, but anywhere is not his side anymore. As top lane, Unkindness is just gonna aggress on top of him there. As I don't think he wins that, buddy. You have
No, you don't.
one MR item, so I don't think you really want to play for that. But yeah, Rainy, I mean, he's balling out now. 5-0-2. He's getting all the money. He's always in the right place. As that's gonna be Cuddle Bear walking on forward. They're gonna cut him off with the trap. Solar Flare not gonna stun him up. As that's gonna be a Fimple Fall Rooski by Memer Sticks with the combo. So he gets Keyhall out there. So unfortunately, did blow that flash to get Keyhall out safely. As top lane, it's a lot more aggressive trading there with the Chaos Storm. As he will now get dove by Rehurt. Gonna get smited under the tower. Gonna get knocked up. And Rehurt gets on out there. Gonna get stunned up. But I don't think Tactical does enough damage. As that's gonna be the unleashed power there. Doesn't have the Super Mega. Oh, that was really close. The Super Mega Deathworker was really, really close. So Tactical Pork Chop is going to clear out the wave. Corrin is going to reset with no mana. As that's going to be Duolingo Owl going in with a Vault Breaker. Does have that Cease and Desist if he wants to keep going for it. But that is a really fed Rumble. You're 3 levels down, buddy. So you're just going to have to back on out there. Drake spawns in about 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Baron spawns up in about 3.
It's just so devastating there that Unkindness opted into that himself. Their Ornar is their only real way into a team fight right now, and he opted to use it thinking he could probably get the kill on the Corrin there. I don't think he kills even if Rehurt doesn't show there. I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't think you kill. I don't think you necessarily die either. Like I'm not saying you necessarily lose that bad, but I don't think you close that kill out on the Victor. I'm not liking what I'm seeing right now. I'm not picking up what they're putting down. Iceborn is looking great so far. 5k gold lead, 2 dragons. Like you said, objectives are coming up the map, so they could be looking to wear purple here soon, which would be a massive power play for them. And they are clearing up some vision right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks great for them on the map too.
Yeah, they're chilling. As that's gonna be some CC onto Rehurt there. Gonna pop the Subjugate onto that Alistair, so gonna get a good nice couple stats here. As Call the Forge got gonna knock up 2. As Keyhall gonna get chunked up, he's almost gonna get taken down. As Cease and Desist not used yet. Now it's gonna go straight onto Corrin as the equalizer onto the backline, only onto Cuddle Bear, but he's gonna get slowed up by this fed Rumble, and he just burns him down like a barbecue. As Tactical Pork Chop does have that flash here, gonna use a Scatter of the Weak, but it won't be enough. As Rainy going in with the harpoons, and he will pick up the kills, and it's gonna be a 4-0, and it's going to be the Baron started up by Iceborn.
At this point, you know, Pork Chop is so far behind that they're almost, and I'm not even memeing. Pork Chop's almost better just going to his side lane and just letting the fights play out how they will. Like, you're not really contributing anything damage-wise to the fight. You're down 3 entire levels in the mid lane, and it's just like, the more you try to help your team, the further you're just getting behind because you're not getting any farm in the interim, you're not getting any gold, you're not getting any XP, and sometimes it's better to just go off on your own and try to catch back up. You know, Drake is going to be up here in 30 seconds. I don't see a reality in which they can even contest. Memer Sticks, this is rough, buddy.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh.
As the Chains of Corruption lands, all the CC
my
comes down,
God.
and Corrin is dominating. Iceborn just completely changing the tone of this entire series here as they just completely dominate Penne Pals in this third game here. Cuddle Bear is going to get taken out for the second time this game. All the CC landing on top is
Banana, this is grand finals. It's looking like solo queue.
This is what I was talking about when I said mobility. Like,
Yeah.
you don't look at, what was it? They picked Trundle, Rumble, and Victor, first 3. And you look at that and you're like, you know what? Let me pick an immobile ADC against those champions.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously, I will say we do have the hindsight of being able to see everything from the third person. Oh,
Top lane. That's going to be all the CC landing on top of Rainy, but he's going to go into the zone. Yes, there. Vault Breaker. That's a 1,090 gold into the Vi's pocket. And that's
You
going to cut
really
that gold
need
lead
that
down a
shutdown on
pretty
your
good
Syndra.
chunk there. But they're going to keep pushing up into that top side. There's Matt. That's Memer Sticks with a perfect flank angle there. As the Zonya's going to get popped right on top of the snap traps. As the Solar Flare right on top of Cuddle Bear here. He's just going to try to run away from the Solar Storm. But it's chunking him so hard. He's going to burn down. And that's going to be Corrin still getting out there. No damage left. As Rehurt solo kills the Syndra. She stayed back for a little too long. Meaning you don't have any great wave clear. Gold lead going to go up to about 6k as unkind. Whoa, what are you doing, buddy? Flashing forward there with the pillar, trying to knock up the Victor. So now Gold lead going to be about 8k. Base is looking to get broken open by Iceborn. They still have this Baron for about another 40 seconds. And they are on soul point now also.
That's the kind of point. That's the kind of play there for Morn. You just do it, and then afterwards you just go all chat. You just type lag.
Missed input.
My bad, lag. But yeah, I just wanted to comment real quick. Is that I know it's not always possible to set up your kills perfectly, but I think it was so important when they did shut down the Rumble top lane to get that onto the Syndra. And Syndra did have QW available, so it should have been able to be given. The 1,000 gold going to Duolingo Owl is great, but your mid laner is so far behind and Syndra is so reliant on gold and burst and splinters, and you get that extra XP from getting the killing blow. Are they going to try this? No.
Oh, Duolingo Owl is going to...
It feels so devastating, and then for Syndra to die to Rehurt top lane too, they just can't get in the game.
Yeah, like, he's just getting caught out so often here. Like, you got two very immobile carries. They can't really do anything. As the CC chain onto Rainy there. Does still have that Zonius. Does have the Equalizer in his back pocket in that chain. As a Chain of Corruption over the side going on top of Memer Stick. Ski Hall going to pick up that one with the arrow. And Baron won't be spawning for about another 2.5 minutes. But a pick means crucial playtime on the towers.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle does not get playtime with the tower. He walks up there. He literally bites towers, Banana. I mean, he walks up and actually uses Chomp on the towers. So this man beats rocks, yes. He bites rocks.
Yeah, you take 50 AD from the tower.
Maybe he
the
hit the rock
CC
too
on top,
hard.
and that's going to be an Unleashed Power. The one-shot Rehurt, as that's going to be Vault Breaker going forward there. Another great Scatter of the Week onto Bill Murray. He's going to get taken out there, as that's going to be Iceborn sticking around a little bit too long. All the CC on top of Rainy. He does still have that zone. He has a great Scatter of the Week once again onto Corrin. But that Victor did completely one-shot the main carries, as that's going to be Duolingo out going forward. That's going to be the Chaos Storm you're talking about. Is this going to be a pentakill? Oh my god, it might be a pentakill. And Corrin, he's going in the Chaos Storm. It's going to be a pentakill for Iceborn's mid laner.
Oh my god, how did he turn that around? That fight looked so doomed, and Rainy just sticking there with him to extend that fight. Rainy was just sticking there, like standing in the face of the death, saying, no, I got you, bro. I'm supporting this Penta. They're already pinging the soul spot for Drake. They're taking the inhib at the perfect time. Generally don't want to take inhibs before 23, 24 minutes. Rainy going to get away before they pop again. Absolutely crazy play out of Corrin. I mean, the positioning, like you were commenting on how good the Scatter of the Weeks were, they were, but Corrin was just silently just winning that fight from the edges and flanks, just not giving them an inch and just doing, oh my goodness, so much damage. Absolutely disgusting on the Victor right now. 12, 1, and 8. We're in the full 700 gold bounty and will be probably up a soul here in just about a minute.
Yeah, I mean, this Victor is very strong. He has a full stack Mejai's with a Rabadon's, a Zhonya's, Blackfire, and he's starting to build into that Void Staff or the whatever that other pen item is. So Corrin, yeah, he hits like a truck. Like, look at that damage, bro. Like, what do you do against that? Like,
Bloodletter's on Rumbles. Unless you meant
yeah, Crypto Bloom, that's what it's called.
Yeah,
Rainy is actually going to get picked on the side lane here before members strong for Iceborn in the bot lane, meaning they're going to get a second inhibitor here. Resets coming through finally is they're looking to try to end the game here as the Call of the Force God is going to get interrupted by the Pillar. Corrin is just going to barely dodge out on the Scatter of the Week there. Keyhawk tanking up the tower a little bit. So now that's going to be a lot of all resets coming back for Penne Pals to try to defend their base.
And just a quick point, we're keeping an eye on that too. Corrin is still 3 levels up on Pork Chop. That is unprecedented for a mid lane. Like, to put it in perspective, Keyhall, the ADC for Iceborn is higher level than the mid laner of Penne Pals right now. That is unprecedented in a game at this level. That's just a complete domination, basically deleting Syndra from the game. Speaking of deleted,
As that's going to be Bill Murray, going to get CC'd up there. Corrin, they do have that Chemtech soul, as that's gonna be a cleanse, a perfect two-man solar flare at the equalizer on the backside to cut him off, and the pillar is also gonna go. He's gonna flash away. They're all stuck in the corridor. As Cuddle Bear is gonna get chunked up harder and harder with the solar flare, or the chaos storm, as the double kill going over to Rainy. Dueling go out, trying to back on up, reset now, but it's gonna chase him down, stall the reset as Rainy's going in. He's gonna kill him with the electro harpoon, as he's gonna get pinched on both sides now. They're ending the game mid lane. Bill Murray picking up the last kill for his team, and that's going to be Iceborn Suresh stands going up 2-1 and going up to match point in the grand finals.
absolutely dominant performance. I don't even think I need to see the stats to just tell you. Corrin was the MVP of that game. That was some disgusting victor play. Basically deleted his lane opponent from the game, and not only that, did just a dominant amount of damage there, winning, doing more than double the Syndra, ending the game 3 levels up, ending the game 5,000 gold up on a personal level, and just being where they needed to be at all times, and on top of the pentakill as well. Absolutely dominant performance from the mid laner there, playing that victor. Just gross, absolutely gross.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Corrin, you just there's literally nothing you could say. I could say that you haven't said, and yeah, Corrin just absolutely balled out. Like the damage, the CS numbers, the gold. Like, look at the damage he did.
Look at the
Double,
damage, huh?
literally anybody. He did double damage to anybody on the side of um uh on the side of was it, god damn it, Pain Pals. So Corn very handily picks up a player of the match here. So now once we start getting into the finals MVP voting, it's going to be a little dicey here. It's been what, one member piece has been gotten one already. So it's really, this game 3 is going to be kind of like the little tiebreaker. But for now, we're going to take a quick little break here. So now Iceborn, they are on match point. Can they close this series out in game 4, or will Penne Pals force a silver scrapes? We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, as we are in Silver Scrapes here. Or not. Oh my god, it's a long night. We're game 4 between Iceborn Suresh Stance and High Alert Penne Pals in the Magma Grand Finals. It is going to be it last game. I mean, it was pretty much the Corrin show. Completely dominate the entire game. Got his pentakill. I think that's the first pentakill of this postseason. So that's a great little thing there. So right now, player of the match or player of the games is sitting at 1 for who was it? It was 1 for Cuddle Bear, 1 for Corrin, 1 for Rehurt. So if whoever wins this one, we'll see what happens at the end, but who will get that tiebreaker. But we're jumping straight into the draft here already. 30 champions banned away, going to be 36 after this first phase. So very pinching this pool down now. Iceborn or Hyler Penne Pals, they're going to stick to the same side. So no change for the past 4 games. So don't really expect too many different things from these bans here. So curious to see what Iceborn are going to first pick. And it's just an Insta-Lock Nocturne. So one of his coveted champions so far this split.
Interesting to see the first lock Nocturne when you're also seeing that like Shen is off the board. Since you see a lot of Shen, Nocturne is a classic combo. Also, Nocturne Galio is a very classic combo that you'd expect to see a lot. I don't know if they'll draft around that or not. We're gonna see Aatrox in the top lane A. If Aatrox was in the top lane, would he call it top lane A? Would you have to spell it 2 A's? I think so, maybe. Zaya
Say like
is one of the safest ADCs that left available, and they're trying to blind pick it this time. That makes a lot of sense based on the early mid draft last game just did not work for them. I mean, let's be honest, it was a complete disaster in the mid lane.
yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not really fond of a Zaya blind because like if you blind Zaya, you need to do Zaya Rakan. But if you just do Zaya off rip, it's not like super great because Zaya is so short range. She's very dependent on champions going into her. So like now at this point, you know, you can kind of just pick things that outrange it. So Caitlyn being a great
Fair.
pick there.
Yeah.
I expect it to be a Rakan takeaway here because Karma is banned. They do have Morgana, which is a counter to Rakan, so they could do that one also. But I most likely expect that they will just take the Rakan away, so you have like a little extra dive buddy for the Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you do need to work on something with the Nocturne to make it relevant because there you go. Perfect prediction. Just on his own, Nocturne, he has a spell shield but and a fear, but ultimately he is pretty squishy. Like if he goes for a solo dive, you need somebody that can go with him. Rakan being perfect for that. So loving what we're seeing so far out of their draft, a lot of synergy. And like you said, they were kind of in their head and sort of predicting what they were going to put up.
Yeah, it's like that's a great thing about like draft theory and all that. All the
Oh,
time.
yeah.
Thresh! As a master support main, I love Thresh. Thresh is like my best champion by far.
And Thresh
there's
is
like
quite good into Rakan, right? I'm not a support, but from what I
it's
understand, the
not
box can kind of
bad.
counter a little what he does.
It's like not bad. It's like it's very timing based. Like Thresh in theory counters literally any support you could think of, but it's very timing based. If the person piloting the champ isn't very good at timing everything, then it's really rough. Because I think this is his first Thresh game in the postseason for Memer Sticks. So I mean, this is the all-star first team support, and so far, I mean, they've kind of like not like losing, but they've been kind of a little lackluster in this grand final so far. The lights might be a little bit too bright. So I love Thresh, but Thresh is a very nuanced champion that requires a lot of timing. So we'll see how Memer 6 pilots that Thresh here, as we're going to see just a lot of top lane focused bans here. That Aatrox tentatively is a flex in theory, so they could kind of just
They're
chuck that
making
thing
sure
anywhere.
it's a flex. Yeah.
Yeah, they can kind of put it anywhere. So like, I really expect it to just be an R4 mid pick, and then just keep that flex. So kind of keep Iceborn on their toes here, because from there, honestly, you could kind of pick a little bit of anything here. I kind of mostly just expect for Iceborn to just pick a bunch of dive champs to kind of just go in. It's a little rough into Zaya, but it's kind of like the archetype that they're kind of focused on right now for their draft. Swain ban. Oh, that's interesting.
I mean, obviously they were thinking about a comp that they just didn't want to see, or maybe a comfort pick that they just were like, nah, you know what, we don't want to see you on this. So I agree with you here. I think we're probably going to see a mid locked here. We're going to see that here within the next couple seconds. Interested to see what it will be because you're, I guess it's
Oh,
Aatrox jungle.
Hmm.
I guess they are sending them into the jungle then, and we got a Ganasty Gnar coming out onto the rift. But you know,
I've never heard that before.
Ganasty Gnar?
Nasty Gnar.
Yeah.
I've heard Gnar, but
The old Spyro the Dragon games, the last boss of the first game was called Ganasty Gnorc. Yeah, so Aurelia, that's ostensibly going top lane. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Does Aurelia not beat on Gnar pretty hard?
Aurelia blast Gnar.
Yeah,
It's actually disgusting.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was putting it nicely.
They literally like level 1, Q the first 3, Q onto Gnar, auto him to death, bada bing, bada boom. That's it. And you win level 1. That's literally it. Unless the trick is Gnar has to pull the wave. If Gnar pulls the wave and kind of denies those first 3 melees, then he has a bit of a chance. But Gnar versus Aurelia, that's like an old school counter. It's gonna be TF mid. So curious to see what
Corrin really
Penne
likes
Pals
those like
will pick.
macro oriented mid laners.
I mean, he's
I've
pretty
noticed.
good macro wise.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, absolutely. He knows where to be. And
and,
like
like, you
we've
have a
seen, he has like
champion.
3 to 5,000 single gold leads on his character. Like that's insane. So giving him something that can be in side lanes when he need it. I personally would not want to play Twisted Fate into Anivia. I think I'd rather scoop my eyeballs out with a melon baller. But Corrin has proven to be very, very good at it so far. As we're getting straight onto the rift. No delay here. You love to see it. W for production here. I love to see it. As we are into a match point here. Penne Pals, you guys got to win if you want to keep your hobby alive. You know what? You got some high elo players. Oh, Lizard. Oh, come
Get onto the
on.
rift here, looking across the board, nothing crazy. I mean, Bill Murray opting more for more defensive spells here, Guardian and the heal, as the death sentence gets thrown out there. That's the one thing like very few people know is Thresh. Whenever you chuck out the hook, you're like basically stun locked for like a good half second.
Yeah.
And that half second makes it really rough. Like that's why Thresh into Enchanters is really rough, because now you're kind of just standing still and
Yeah,
you
it
start getting
freezes you,
blasted.
and anybody that wants to can land a skill shot on you. I've taken advantage of that a couple times. It's I probably gonna punch me for saying this, but I do enjoy playing Brand, and I know when Thresh throws out a hook, sometimes you just get a free Brand W on him because he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I hate Brand. I usually
I know everybody.
I usually blast. Look at it. See what? Just like
There
I
it
said,
is.
the Aurelia does the 3 minions into just blasting his face in with autos.
Yeah, it's disgusting, but yeah, I know. I feel sad even telling people I play Brand. They're just like, "You play what? Get out of here with that degenerate garbage."
Yeah, I despise mage supports. They are
Yeah, Zyra, Brand, Vel'Koz are my
inhuman.
favorite supports.
literally inhuman.
He's gonna disconnect me from the Discord.
But
Oh jeez.
wait, hold. What the? Whoa! It's gonna be an Aatrox gank here. The bot lane Keyhole is gonna go. Oh my God, Memer! Oh my God! Oh! Oh my God! What is happening? There's nothing to cast. It's my brain. It hurts. My eyes. Oh, it's burning. It's burning. Oh! Oh! What did I just witness? Everybody's missing everything. Oh my God! Oh my God!
This is when we enter hour 4 of the cast, and both the players and the casters just start to fall apart. That was not great. Did pick up the kill, in the long run. Caitlyn also, picking up a kill. So, Duolingo Al does have a kill on the board, but you also just gave one up to Caitlyn, who, like you said, outranges the Xayah already. Not gonna be fun, you basically just gave them an extra longsword in the lane.
That was 4 to That was 4 for 3 summoners.
I feel like forced dives have been kind of a story of this series on both sides, though.
I mean, like, honestly, like at that point, it's like you kind of get mad. Like, I understand exactly where he's coming from. Like, you blow both your summoners, you whiff everything, and you're like, you know what? I'm mad. I'm still gonna go for it. You know?
Oh, we've
like,
all been there, yeah.
Yeah, like.
And then you just get question mark pinged a bunch of times and get called mean names. That's League of Legends in a nutshell, right?
Oh, that was so painful, dude. Like I felt that in my soul.
Ooh, that was he went way wide on that death dance there.
That's like the one thing it is like with Thresh also. It's like the hook isn't like that easy to land because you actually like need to actively predict. Like you can't just chuck it out, you know. So
yeah, I mean
like,
it's the projectile's fast or slower than a blitz hook and everything like that.
It's not that. It's because the wind up is so easy to choreograph.
Yeah.
So like you'll just never know, you know. Like you just have to like, you know, send it mid lane.
Yeah.
It's gonna be gold card onto Nivea. No gank's gonna fall there, but like, I'm still like completely like befuddled about what I just witnessed.
Oh.
Top lane, it's a solo kill for Rainy. As that's gonna be a nice little flay onto Bill Murray there. As Cuddle Bear gonna walk on top of a trap. Dueling Owl coming back for another Gankaroni. As the blade, as the blade caller gets called back onto the Rakan, but he does dash on out there. As the Salt Chains does land, Infernal Chains lands, and that's going to be Keyhole going to get taken down once again here. Duolingo Owl is just waiting for those cooldowns here as this goes forward with the Q3. Death Sensing. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I like how we're just like falling apart as casters. We're just like, oh my god!
We're like cavemen that witnessed fire. We're like witnessing fire for the first time. Like,
yeah.
Like we're just witnessing like we're just witnessing like complete degeneracy, and it actually just genuinely leaves me like speechless. Like I literally don't have anything to say about it because like I'm just so like befuddled about what I just witnessed.
Anything to take my mind off that dive.
Like literally, like I'm talking about like how hard of a champion Thresh is, and then I'm just witnessing it like live in well, not like 4K, it's more like 480p, but like I'm witnessing it like live, and it's like actually like my brain just hurts. It actually just hurts.
We are seeing. Look at this Thresh.
Ooh, that Thresh. Here's Nemer Sticks coming top lane here. He doesn't get spotted or anything. He's gonna be in the bush.
Though. Like I don't know. If really
he's gonna dash to the minion. He's gonna dash to that melee right there. Oh, he should have went for that one. Yeah, he should have went for that one. He's gonna go for this melee here. Come on, go for the hook. Come on, go for the hook. Okay, he's not gonna go for it. He's just gonna steal the XP from the Gnar. So
that's good.
Reset. What was nasty was the past like 2 Thresh plays I witnessed.
Yeah, so I have since we're on the topic of Thresh, and I have a friend who plays a lot of Thresh in like platinum-ish elo, and I noticed one thing they do when they're like fishing for hooks is that they don't ever stop moving their character. They just kind of like pace back and forth. And I noticed if you're really good at that, you can almost like glitch out the animation and like not cancel the telegraphing of the hook, but make it look like it's going one way and have it like come out another way. By like being in the exact
I know exactly
frame.
what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be in like a specific frame as you're like moving back and forth, and then throw out the hook. So it'll be like coming out your left side and go right.
Yeah, because what you do is it's like a weird like recall trick you can do. So like when you're going forward, you kind of hit like S or you hit like recall.
Yeah.
It'll have you facing one direction, but you're chucking the hook in
the other direction. Yeah.
Your
I think it is the stop.
So yeah. Button. Yeah, so it's like you press S or whatever. My default S. Yeah, so that's how I do it. But
and yeah,
for me, I thug it out and I predict where they're gonna be. You know.
Yeah.
I thug it out. I predict where they're gonna be. That's it. And then like Thresh with his flay, you can extend the range like a little bit if you hit them with the tip of the corner. Because the corners are a little bit longer, you know, on like a rectangle.
Lollipopping
so
even.
I love my Thresh.
Oh, baby!
Little interruption there on the dive, and he's not gonna be mega. He's gonna be mini too long, and Rehurt gonna pick up that kill there, flashing away, barely living on that perfect dive. As bot lane, that's a exhaust onto Keyhole there, as Death Sentence is going wide once again. Keyhole forced to blow both of his summoners.
disgusting out of the Nivea there to just interrupt that. Like I said, I would not want to be the one playing Twisted Fate into a Nivea. It's a very difficult lane matchup. Once a Nivea has the Glacial Storm and the mana abilities to sustain it, TF can really only just throw out his cards to deal with it. He has to like stay away from the wave because he's always threatening getting stunned by the Nivea. You know, you always have the threat of that Flash Frost coming in on your head.
I totally too. I'm surprised he didn't go Swifties. I'm really
It's too
surprised he
early to
didn't go
yawn. Not
Swifties.
yet. We're not even game 5 yet.
Oh, Hook almost went through. Hook almost went through.
I agree with you about the swiftness boots again, by the way, because positioning matters so much in the Anivia lane.
Yeah, but to be fair though, I don't know. Tier 3 Swifty boots are kind of bummed. They're kind of bad. They're not that great unless you're like Hecarim or Janina or something like that. Tier 3 Swifties are kind of they're pretty bad, unfortunately, since they changed them. Because what I think like the old passive before they changed it was increased. I think it was more movement speed and more slow.
Resist, correct.
Yeah, it was
And
increased
they're becoming even more cheeks here soon because they're adding Omnivamp boots to the game.
Oh yeah,
They're getting rid of
Omnivamp.
the empowered recall from the mid quest.
Yeah, but like I think it was like those Omnivamp boots. They give you more. Yeah, they give you a bunch of different stats. It's pretty crazy, honestly, which is nice. I honestly like the way that League of Legends is going. Is top lane, Rainy. I mean, he's liking the way it's going too. I mean, you only have to blow his flash to get on out there, unfortunately. So I mean, the Gnar is 20 CS down. He's 0-2. Bot lane, pretty much dead even. Mid lane is not that much. As Memer 6 is right behind him there. Flash Frost on top of his head. As trying to flash away from this death sentence. As top lane, once again, it's going to be another solo kill. As mid lane, I mean, Tactical Portrait, even though CS is fairly negligible, the TF is still up about 600 gold there, you know, due to the passive. So he's chilling there. Rehurt trying to, you know, invade on the enemy blue buff. As Tactical Portrait doesn't have any mana. That's going to be a nice little flay. The box is not going to hit anybody. That's going to be, oh my god! What is happening? As Rehurt goes on in there, that's going to be a nice little grand entrance.
How is he alive?
Oh my god! Oh!
I think there's 4 people.
Oh my god, my heart! Oh my god! Oh! Oh!
Unga. Oh god. Ooh.
Like if you can't like if you can't tell, there's like an active like cancer like developing in my heart, and it's like turning black, and it's like hurting my soul. Like I can feel my soul dying.
Your heart is 2 sizes too small.
Yeah, like Rainy, is he gonna die?
Rainy?
And he's gonna die here.
Hello?
He's gonna go over to the tower. Shut down, going over to unkindness. You got a little bit too cocky. You know, he wants to try to keep it even. You know, trying to give him a little hope. But like, I don't know. It's just watching your main get completely like bungled this badly is genuinely like top 10 worst feelings.
It's like how I know that obviously these players are much better than the 2.5 full brackets below them in Elo, but like even like the intimately knowing the Garen Cassante match and then just watching someone not know it, it does make it. You're like, oh my god, it's tough. But you know, while we have a little downtime here, it is really a tough position they were put in with when you think about the Aurelia and stuff as well, because it's like you want to ban that out, but you're also forced to kind of blind pick. He's daring him to death sentence here. Yeah, he's literally daring.
Yeah, he's like, this is the VM, and like with Gnar is generally like a really good blind, but he missed his Q.
Yeah.
On a target that was done. You know, it's a long day for everybody, you know?
Yeah.
As you're going to put down the storm here. Flashing forward with the grand entrance, the quickness. And it's going to save their mid laner. The Ignite on top of him. The Ace in the hole. Going to pick up that. No, it's not. As Rehurt picks up that one before the Ace in the hole even comes through. Rainy is actually roaming here, actually. So they're going to grab up this Drake here. It's going to be a Hextech Drake. So it's going to be 1-for-1 in Drake's score so far. So what? We're going to get Infernal, Ocean, Mountain, or Cloud.
They've been giving up the first Drake for map control in basically all of the games that they've won so far. I think it's really interesting. They've just kind of been silently letting it go. And, you know, they've done that again this game. So they're going to pick up the Hextech Drake. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting to just sort of see that they're like, you know, we don't need that to win. We are going to have a Cloud. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, this is a nasty, nasty, nasty soul
Yeah.
for Iceborn.
Oh my! Basically everyone.
Actually,
but
for anybody,
Caitlyn-
yeah.
Everyone but Caitlyn on Iceborn makes a disgusting use out of the Cloud Soul. Like,
Actually, I don't know about
Nocturne
TF
is-
though. Because
I mean,
unless he like instantly teleports with it, he doesn't make use of the speed buff. Because what the
I was
speed
gonna
buff
say
lasts
if you know where you're going, and generally late game once you have the soul, I would say you generally know where you're going as soon as you press Destiny.
Yeah, because what? It's the speed boost lasts like what, 3 seconds? Is a
3
3
seconds,
second 50% speed boost.
Yeah.
So,
So after using
yeah.
it, so yeah, you need to go
You
right
have to like
away.
instantly go because then you'd have
Yeah.
like about a second left on it.
But I mean, still,
Huh.
with how crucial positioning is with the pick a card, the gold card, phew. It's still good. It's still really good. Oh, here we go though.
He's gonna get ganked up here. Unkindness about to pop that mega here. The infernal chains do not land. He's just dodging out onto the abilities. Doesn't dodge out on the Gnar. The boulder gets chucked in his face, and Corrin gonna pick, or Duolingo gonna pick up that kill with the Q3. As now there's not really anything up right now. Herald's gonna spawn in about 50 seconds, but he does have that Destiny coming up shortly in about like 30
Yeah, I wouldn't be
seconds or
surprised
so.
if
The
they use
paranoia
that.
gets popped here, going top lane onto that Gnar. He's gonna go right behind him, bringing him back. The lethal tempo stack, and he will pick up that kill there. 2.1k gold lead. Nice little wall in the mid lane there. Flash forward with the death sentence, but that was actually right on point. But the flash away right in the nick of time for Keyhall there. But the flash for loss still hits. They're going in with the auto, so he still gets on out perfectly fine. As it's gonna be a fight in the bot lane there. Rainy going on in, does have that stacked up on him, as he's gonna get rooted up with the blade call there, denying a lot of the damage with the dance, the W. As Bill Murray gonna get stunned
Nivea had the
up there.
crystallize available there in the mid lane. That might have been a different story that we'd be telling right now. But you know, unfortunate that they didn't. Like you said, a 2,000 gold lead already coming up for Iceborn.
Ooh, the death sentence finally lands. Rainy is gonna go down here. It's actually healing a lot there, but the blade caller, it will claim up that one. So Cuddle Bear is going to get himself his first kill of the game. But Rainy is kind of
For a brief second, Cuddle Bear's life flashed before their eyes when they saw that healing coming from the minions. They were like, "Uh-oh!" Like if this blade collar doesn't connect,
Oh, Destiny called
Keyhall.
up into the mid lane there, right on top of the Duolingo Owl. Gets over the wall, so is going to be safe for now. No more gap closing means no kill. So Duolingo Owl gonna get stunned up once again. He missed another kill. It's always so funny when like you just get the confidence, like when you stun somebody and you think you're gonna land something, you just walk away and then it just completely misses, and then you're just like, damn, okay, that's a little rough. As Paranoia gets called up into the bot lane there, the nice little quickness to deny it, and that's going to be the death sentence onto the Nocturne there. Blade Caller not gonna get used just yet, but that's what I was talking about. You have to hit the perfect E to deny it. Deny the end game. As that's a nice little knock up onto Keyhall in the mid lane there. One more hit should do it. And Tactical Pork Chop gonna pick up the kill onto Keyhall. Now the gold lead brings up the dead even, and Drake spawning in about a minute and a half.
yeah. I mean, that was a really well played sort of turnaround for them there. I think, like you said, Rainy playing a little bit cocky, and they're not having that lane advantage because they're not really letting the Gnar match Aurelia anymore, which is very smart. One thing I'd really look for here is Reherd is 3-0 again, league MVP, pretty big lead right here. And even though Penne Pal's played really well, Reherd is definitely on a warpath in this game, and I think that as he scales up, you know, he is level 11. That Paranoia level 2 cooldown coming right down. The Hex Plate already completed. He was prioritizing that and the Tiamat so that he could clear very quickly. Rainy pushing out a little bit here. They go for him? I don't think so. No way, right?
I mean, he's level 13. He's a
Yeah,
level ahead of
way.
anybody
Yeah.
else in the game.
But I was gonna say, just as a quick point out, Reherd does not even have boots yet. That is how hard he prioritized the Hex Plate in the Tiamat. That is so that he can ult more and that he can clear camps with a quick.
Talking
Here he
about
comes.
the ult, the Paranoia straight onto the Gnar. He's going to use that double hop to get away there, but the slow for the Zeke's convergence will be enough. He's going to get those autos off, but no boots! He's trying to get up closer, and he does get that Duskbringer there, as Duolingo Owl is going to claim the blue buff on his bot side, and mid lane is going to be an ADC 1v1. So for now, it's going to be a 4-0 Nocturne, and he is chilling. Just instantly build a Strike Breaker, finally gets a tier 1 boost. third drink of the game started up by the side of Hyler. Penne Pals, they'll claim that one. Rainy is just pushing the entire game away there. Looks like he's building what's it called? The Hole Breaker. Second item, as there goes the Death Sentence. Gonna be just a little bit short there. So now it's going to be the Aurelia picking up a top lane tier 2 solo. And I just realized that's a mid lane TF with Spellbook. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Spellbook on TF. His summoner spells aren't as crucial as some others, and he did make good use of the Ghost, almost escaping top lane early. Yo, baby!
Oh,
that
that's
was
a good Death
one.
Sentence.
Yeah, but I mean, it leads to nothing, but hey, you're flexing, right?
But yeah, back to
But
your
yeah,
point.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't hate Spellbook on TF of all champions, actually. I think it's one of the champions it's fine to have it on. And he is 2 items, Lichbane, Rod of Ages. He's going to start hitting pretty hard with that pick a card. Like, even just his red cards, if he wants to harass somebody, are going to start chunking out now. And then you're going to have to start dashing around the wild cards as they fly out. It's going to start hurting more and more.
Yeah, I mean, the Destiny is like about a minute and a half cooldown. They're going to use all the old 4 members strong for Iceborn in the bot lane. They're going to kill the Anivia. They're going to take that bot lane tier 1. And so now Keyhall is alone in the mid lane there, dodging out on all the skill shots pretty well there. So that bot lane tier 1 is going to fall. It is currently about 3 towers to 2. So it's pretty close now. It's 3 towers to 3. They really want to start focusing up on that mid lane tier 1 for Iceborn. Drake spawning in about 3.5 minutes. Baron spawning up in about 20 seconds. It's 18 to 17 in plates, so it's relatively even. It's nothing crazy. 8 to 5 in kills, so the gold lead isn't super crazy. Most of it is kind of like just on the TF being TF.
Yeah, I mean, worth noting is how just online Reherd is on this Nocturne now. Able to ult about once a minute, and then I don't know if they're going to go the full ult lockdown build next, where they get the Axiom arc, which would just basically make it so that he could just ult as soon as his last ult was over. If he does, look out World with the way that they play the map together. That would be pretty devastating, and he is very, very big right now. Oof, close one, but that wouldn't have led to anything, I don't think.
I mean, if you did it the right way, you instantly hit the hook, chuck the lantern back, and then, you do your thresh thing. That's what you're supposed to do. But who knows? We'll see. Spot lane. It's Rainy gonna get stunned up here with the Flash Frost there, dashing straight onto his dome. Does have to reset enough, and it will kill. He will get a solo kill onto Technical Pork Chop there. That's gonna be a teleport in with the Mega Gnar as the grand entrance onto the onto 8. Oh my God! What is that healing? What is that healing?
Sundered
That
Sky,
was 2
baby.
Sundered Sky procs. Unkindness gonna pick up the kill on Rainy once again here. But it's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. But Keyhall, he's going to get ran down here. Does have the flash Memer sticks. He's going to get the flay in. Going to get the lantern. The double jump. Doesn't even need to hit the hook. And that's going to be Cuddle Bear picking up the kill onto Keyhall as the Baron gets started up. Rehurt is coming on around here. They don't do this Baron particularly fast-ish. Yeah, they're not doing it super great. As the feathers get pulled back here. Actually, they're doing pretty fast now. It's about 7k. But Iceborn, they're just gonna have to they're just giving up the Baron. Rehurt's just gonna farm up his wolves. But I also forgot a quick little shout out to Paradox QC, with the little raid there, 9 viewers. So keep on watching as this hopefully it goes to a best of 5. Hopefully not. Who knows? I kind of want to. I kind of don't. Like, I got a life, but I also like League of Legends. So, my life is League of Legends.
My life is League of Legends. Actually.
I love League. League is. I am not addicted.
Repeat after me.
It's like what is it called? 19. What is it? Was that book 1986?
Yes.
Yeah, League of Legends is like Big Brother. Like it's just controlling my life. But I mean, Gold League.
I think you mean 1984, by the way.
Yeah, 1984. You said I was right. I knew it was like 1980 something. I was close enough. I was 2 years off. He almost got that little tech there. Death End's gonna go wide there, kind of like permanently zoning him off there. Baron, so far it's overall pretty positive Baron power play there. Rehurt gonna have to flash on out there using the grand entrance to make a grand exit. As Memer 6 is coming through, it's going to spell shield the hook. So right now, I mean, there isn't too much to fight for. I mean, it's gonna be Drake spawning in about 7 seconds, so they're just gonna use the last vestiges of this Baron to kind of pick that up. Honestly, like I really don't think they need to bring like 4 players for this Drake. Just have one person solo it and then just continue going about your way. So Hull Breaker was completed by the Aurelia, so she's pretty much just a complete split push machine. The Gnar can't really walk up like ever, but it looks to be a contest here from the side of Iceborn. It's going to be a 4v4 for a little bit, but looks like Destiny is available with the Paranoia, so they could look to kind of pair that up there. The Paranoia is going to be a pop now. Drake's going to go into about 2k, and he's going to go in a little bit too late. He doesn't have the flash. He's stuck in the pit. Flash Frost on top of the TF, and he's going to flash away from the Q3, from the Aatrox, but the gold card will follow him all the way through. Aurelia teleporting in. That's a perfect lantern to get him out of dodge. Rainy, he's still chasing, gets hit with the dead tents as Karen, or Corin, does the blast cone tech, and the gold card. Keyhole going to pick up that kill. They're get onto Soul Point, but they're going to lose their support.
I feel like that's worth it, right? You get the soul point. I will say though their Baron use wasn't that good. I mean, Iceborn Banana is now back in the lead in terms of gold. Like the Baron.
That's a negative Baron power play.
Net nothing. Yeah, I mean they had it to the point where they had a 200 gold lead and now it's 2k in the favor of Iceborn.
Because what? I think they were like before the Baron, they were down 1k.
Yeah.
They brought it back up to 1k.
Okay, when
so
they took
like,
the Baron, exactly.
Yeah, so it's like it's a 2k, it's a negative 2k Baron power play.
Yeah, but
that's
I mean,
rough.
You got the Drake, but at what cost? Is you gonna see? We have noted throughout this series that Iceborn are better at playing the map. They're better at playing the lanes. They're better at vacuuming up all that gold sitting around. And we're gonna see like Aurelia with a 1k lead. And another story, Corin is just 0-1-3 up 2.6k gold. Insane. Like the way that Corin is at everything he needs to be at on the map and just constantly making buku bucks is really impressive to me. And just a big I know that it is the Twisted Fate gets an advantage in making gold. I understand that. But 2,000 gold is a lot. I know someone in the chat said like it's a fake lead, it's on TF.
It technically is.
It's not all fake. I mean, he is playing the map.
TF is up a full.
Yeah, he's been doing this the whole series too. So like,
what?
Corin has been insane.
I think what rapid fire cannon is like 2,800. Yeah, like purely from his passive, he's got like a full rapid fire. Because like I think you can see how much he got from. Oh, he has 1,000 gold from his passive.
Yeah.
He has 1,000 gold. Because I also forget with crits, if you crit on minion, if you kill a minion with a crit, it also gives you money. The money you get also crits.
Yeah.
So that's like really funny. Oh, Corin, he's cut off. He doesn't have flash. He has nothing to peel him up. And the Paranoid goes in. He's gonna get. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 so far. The Blade Caller gonna get used to kill the Lovers duo. As Cuddle Bear gonna go on a killing spree there. It's gonna be top laner still split pushing in that bot lane. There. Oh.
What?
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 Oh, all right, is that a?
I'm literally watching the game.
What's it called? What's it called? Like precognition? Precognition? Who knows?
I have no clue what.
I don't know. I forgot something. I forgot. I don't know. I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing. He didn't mean to. He didn't mean to.
Shout out to Keyhole for how much damage they did in the last fight with the headshot as well. Like, really just kind of kept that from being a full-on disaster there for them. The gold lead though cut back to 800.
Yeah,
like,
I mean
it's
still close. It's still anybody's game. You know,
but
like what's that thing like you see on like TikTok? It's like somebody does something and then like you see like flashbacks to like the end of the clip.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but those are really funny. That's literally what we just witnessed, you know. Oh, Destiny called up into the mid lane there. That's gonna be a nice little stun to Flash Frost timed perfectly onto Corin. No more follow damage. You're gonna pop the ghost, but he will get taken out here. Wow, he's so fast actually. What?
Yeah.
What the hell? Does he have what is it called?
Ghost?
Does he have Nimbus? No, he had Ghost. I know that. Oh wait. Oh, he has Celerity.
Yeah.
He also has Celerity.
Oh, he's
so
out
pretty
of
fast.
Here.
Oh, he was gone. He was out.
He even re-queued a gold card. First one expired. He's like, you know what? I need another one.
Oh yeah, little did you know, I didn't know this, but with TF, like that rotation of his cards, it's constant. Like even in the background processes, it's keep going. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there's Dopa, one of the best mid laners of all time, the guy that has like the game down to like a literal science. You can actually sit there on his stream in Korean and we'll count out, he'll be like blue, red, yellow, blue, red, yellow. Even when he isn't using the ability, he knows it's synced up to the game clock perfectly. That's how insane
hardcore
some people
TF
are
players,
in this game.
dude. Yeah, like hardcore TF players, they'll actually like count it out, and then you'll just instantly like, mash W. They'll instantly get the gold card, and they'll just
Yep.
go for it. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy. Like there's so much like little nuances in the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even if you play champions, like, let's just use Garen as an example. Not a particular mechanic, but like, even the way that people move and play, and like just canceling the autos and stuff on like a very simple champion, and how you can like manipulate the animations and stuff. It's big. Although, look at this.
Oh, they're
What else can I
standing on a
keep it?
ward. They didn't even
Keep
clear
an
it.
eye on
You
Corrin.
still have scanner as Corrin. He does
flanking.
have that destiny here. As a perfect hook onto the Caitlyn here. As the Blade Call gets called through there. That's going to be Nocturne going straight into the fray. Teleport in by the Aurelia. And Rainy is just going ballistic on the back line. As Keyhall still lives. He's just kiting it all out there. And that's going to be a 4 for none. And they might look to end the game. Unkindness does not have the Mega coming up yet. As that's going to be Rainy going on in there. Flash away from the Duelist from the stun, and they're gonna look to end the game there. Unkindness about to proc that Mega, but I don't think he can do too much to try to clear this wave. He has to go in and try to knock that wave up. And no, he hit the Scryer's Bloom! He's gonna interrupt his walking mechanic, and the flat four, the car's coming through, and that will be Iceborn picking up the gentleman's sweep and being the first Ember Magma League champions here. Memer Sticks is only going to go in to celebrate at the end of the game, and they focus the Nexus down. It's going to be a 3-1 for Iceborn. Suresh stands, and they pick up that 3-1 victory.
Oh, congratulations to them. But that was a beautiful, beautiful flank from Corrin there to help and really initiate and stun on that fight. That was disgusting. I didn't expect the game to just end like that without a soul being taken, nobody wearing purple. Iceborn Suresh Dance, congratulations on winning the inaugural split. That was fantastic. It's been an honor to cast you guys. Like, you've done great. Like, you guys have played really, really well, impressively. And then, the way that they synergized, it just collapsed in that last fight, hitting with the quickness and everything just coming to a head. The way that they played that, just knowing that they could do it and having confidence in each other, it was just fantastic. I really wanted to say congratulations to you guys. Your team play in macro has been amazing, and the opportunities I've had to cast you guys. Reherd is one of the most proactive junglers that I've ever casted or seen, and had the honor to watch your games and everything. So, congratulations, guys. You guys did fantastic. Be proud of yourselves. Hold your heads high. Penne, you know what? You guys put up a fight. That game was close until it wasn't, and you took a game. You guys have some things you can improve on, but you guys also have some things to be proud of. I think the way that you guys prioritize objectives and the way that you guys move around the map together as a team is notable. And if you guys stick together and keep improving your communications and what you can do, might be seeing different finals next split, Banana. So good job to both teams today.
Oh, look at the damage charts. It's like almost perfect.
Yeah, I mean,
and I heard what you said. You stole that quote from Jujutsu Kaisen. Stand proud, you're strong. That's literally a quote. You've never seen it before?
No.
That's crazy, because that was the exact quote. That is actually crazy. But
I swear, like, I know of it. Like, I see the domain expansion memes and stuff, but I've never read nor watched even a single episode of it.
But yeah, for now, we're going to be taking a quick little break before we get the finals MVP in here for a quick little interview. We'll be right back. Welcome, everybody. We have deliberated and we have come up with a finals MVP. It is Rehurt for the rest of the series, averaging about a 5.3 KDA across 4 games. So Rehurt will be the inaugural split MVP, finals MVP for the Ember Magma League here.
Yeah, it's just we deliberated a little bit, talked amongst ourselves, and just the way that he showed leadership, even in a loss, being the best engaged that they had on the team, and the way that it corroborated what he was showing to earn the overall league MVP as well was super impressive. It looks like it's
Ooh,
maybe someone
we got the
gonna
top
join
lane for
us.
Iceborn.
We don't have the MVP, but we do have one of their players.
We got the next best thing. So, what's up, Rainy? So obviously, you guys have one of the best teams. You got the league MVP. You got the league finals MVP now. So, what's that dynamic that y'all have? Like, is he like your primary like shot caller and all that? Like, what's his role besides jungler on your team?